Hello everyone and welcome to another episode of our Live Days. My name is Benedict, I'm Community Manager here at WeAreDevelopers and I'm happy that you all made it today. Today is all about React, but before we start, I got some information for you. First, very interesting event takes place in Cologne or virtual on November 8th and 9th, the City Web Dev, where you learn everything about web and mobile development. If you're interested in that, you can claim a discount code in the comments. Just follow the link. And also, we will raffle out 3 tickets, streaming tickets that is, on the end of this live event. And second, I'm happy to tell you that our World Congress takes place in summer of 2023 in Berlin. You can pre-register now at worldcongress.dev to claim your personal discount code. And now, before we start with the first talk of the day, feel free to interact in the chat to your right and submit some questions if you got some. But remember, we got a code of conduct. Here's a short video about it. And right back to React. First speaker of today is software engineer at Dynatrace. He's self-taught developer and has a love for clean code, user interfaces, and also some horror movies. Welcome, Ray.
Yes.
Hi.
Hello.
Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
How are you?
Thank you. All ready to go? Yes.
Yeah, maybe you want to share with us what we are going to learn from you today in 1 or 2 sentences, maybe?
Yeah. Yes, sure. My name is Ray, and I'm here to address all of the, I would say, junior software engineers on how to write code in a production level company.
All right, Ray, thank you. I would say the stage is yours.
All right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the React Newbie's Guide to Everybody Else's Code. There's been a sea change over the past decade or so within software engineering teams. More and more self-taught React developers have been landing their first jobs thanks to the availability of online courses and tutorials. On one hand, they're thinking, great. On the other, they're thinking, oh crap, what did I get myself into? If this sounds like you, then worry not. By the end of this presentation, you will have a mental framework at your fingertips, allowing you to approach any new task with confidence in the face of weird foreign code bases in your team. And boy, I wish I had that framework 5 years ago. My name is Ray, and I am a software engineer at Dynatrace. Like many other developers these days, I'm a self-taught React developer, and I've been working professionally for the past 5 years. My career has been full of lessons, things that Ray 5 years ago would have loved to have known, and things that aren't really found on web tutorials. But in lieu of that, that is what this presentation is for. So let's get started. Let's talk about you, the coder, the junior developer. You're most likely a self-taught React developer. You've read some tutorials or watched some video courses. You're familiar with Redux, Jest, React Testing Library, among other technologies of the React ecosystem. And after all of these tutorials, you're the proud owner of a to-do list app. And despite all of this, you may have little to no professional developer experience. The tech skills are there, but you haven't really worked in a team with other developers on a React codebase. And what is the coder without her codebase? At your new job, the codebase you're working with is quite different compared to the personal projects you've worked on. For starters, it's composed of 95% more spaghetti. Beyond that, code evolves. New features are added, old features are removed, bugs are introduced, bugs are fixed. Other developers contribute code here as well. The code may not be perfect, but it's good enough. Now, what I've described just now are the intrinsic characteristics of a professional code base. Some extrinsic characteristics include time constraints and third-party libraries. Now, I've laid bare to you the characteristics of a code base in a professional setting, and what you'd notice is That's much different from your to-do list app. Your to-do list app is usually one and done, feature complete. You're most likely the sole contributor, and you follow best practices, hopefully. So, hermetically sealed to-do list app, professional code base at your new job. Pretty different. Pretty different to read, and pretty different to contribute code to. And at this point, you may be asking yourself, did I learn the right skills? The answer is, of course you did. Take a deep breath. You have the React knowledge, and you obtained them through self-discipline, willpower, and, just wanting to be right all the time. That's something to be proud of. Everything else I've described till now, of approaching and eventually contributing to new code bases, these are things you will learn on the job, and I'm here to make that job as pain-free as possible for you. So it's your first week at your new job, and you're given a challenge. Implement a new feature. So after installing the repository, running npm install, and creating a new branch, your first instinct is to skim the ticket or Trello board, crack your knuckles, and start developing, right? Wrong. I wish somebody told me this when I started as a junior developer 5 years ago. That is the exact opposite of what you want to do. Instead of diving headfirst into code, I'd like to introduce a mental framework for junior developers to write balanced, production-ready code. I've broken it into roughly 4 steps. First, familiarize yourself with the code base as soon as possible. Next, consider the solution you have in mind before you actually write any code. Then, actually write the code. And finally, follow up on any pain points in the code base. After all of this is done, with respecting to this weird code base you have on your team, you'll be able to approach any new task with confidence. So let's get started. No matter if it's code base at your company, an open source project, or even your own code 2 months later, the first step is to always familiarize yourself with the code base. This is the step that includes lots of reading and observing. So what does that mean? First, you'd want to talk to your teammates. They'll be your tour guide in a lot of the files and folders and components. Ask, why was it implemented this way and not that way? And they'll probably tell you straightforward, or encourage you to use git blame and figure that out yourself. Next, you'd want to read old pull requests. This actually gives you insight into how your teammates author their code. See what kind of code mantras they follow. Don't repeat yourself, you ain't gonna need it, among other things. If you see any room for improvements, write them down. Not everybody has the same breadth or depth of knowledge that you have. For example, you may be an expert at the newest browser APIs that could improve the code base, but your teammates may not know about them. And above all, and perhaps most importantly, don't be too embarrassed or too proud to ask questions. Literally, at this point, everybody expects you to ask questions once you join a new team. Now, these 4 points seem pretty obvious. Despite the code being technical at heart, these are nevertheless some important soft skills to help demystify the code base. However, I would argue that soft skills are equally, if not more important than technical skills. So, I mentioned you talk to your teammates. What would you talk to them about? Well, components is one big topic. If you have 10 developers in a room, you'll have 10 different opinions about how to structure components. How do you name them? Are they reusable? Who owns the business logic? Which components talk to your API and which to Firebase? Who manages the styling? Another topic is state management. Now, state management is a big deal. How much should components know or not know about the global state? How is global state managed? Do you use, for example, Redux, use context, MobX? Do you even have a global state management solution? Now, forms are a big example of where state can be used or abused. Also, check out any tests that have been written. One of the underappreciated benefits of automated testing is that they're self-documenting. So when you're going through the code base and you take a look at unit tests, you can see how they provide insight into how a feature works, how technical decisions were made, and what kind of regressions they guard against. End-to-end tests, on the other hand, they can give you a broader understanding of the user journey at large. And if you have no testing infrastructure, well, that's definitely less ideal, but note it down anyway. Overall, these points would be considered the hard skills of your resume. Now, after giving you some pointers on how to read a codebase, I'd like to offer some words of advice by the author of How to Read a Book, Mr. Mortimer J. Adler. He says, "You must be able to say with reasonable certainty, 'I understand,' before you can say, 'I agree,' or 'I disagree,' or 'I suspend judgment.'" For the junior developer, you really need to understand the context of the code base before you judge it. Dismissing code because you are unfamiliar with it is impolite, especially if you equate bad code with bad developer. So let's move on to step 2. This is where you actually sit down and think about your task. After this section, you will finally arrive at a balanced solution that will integrate well with the rest of the code base. Naturally, this section will be more React heavy. I'll assume that you have some React knowledge, otherwise you may have signed up for the wrong conference day. You should at least be familiar with hooks and Redux. Again, the knowledge that you have at this point is theoretical and hasn't been applied to a production level code base. So let's begin with state management. This is probably one of those topics where if you have 10 developers in a room, you will have 20 different opinions. Let's take a classic example, the dreaded form. Here we have the settings.tsx file open, and let's say it's the user settings for some web application. Somebody else wrote this, and you have to add some new features to it. For simplicity's sake, it just has an email input and a save button. Now, sometimes the question arises, where should one put the email value and on-change props? If you've worked extensively with forms, you'll understand, well, there are 30 different opinions for this problem. So, one option is to have it local. Here we see that we're using the useState hook to store the value of the string in the text. Now, it seems pretty obvious to mention, but in this configuration, the settings.tsx file, the form outside, does not have access to these variables. They are entirely kept within email input. Another option is to keep it outside of the input. The implication here is that some other supernatural force keeps track of value and on change. Here, this supernatural force can either be the parent form, or if you woke up today thinking, today I choose violence, you could even use Redux. So, the guiding principle I can summarize here is keep your state on a need-to-know basis. Here, I introduce the first maxim that will definitely get your pull requests approved by me. Now, this may sound like I'm saying move everything to internal state, but it's more subtle than that. Nevertheless, I think that for a good 75% of your form elements, you can keep things in internal state. So that naturally begs the question, what about the other 25%? Well, let's get back to our settings page. You created your first PR, it got merged, you celebrated, but QA has some bad news for you. They say, yeah, I think we should validate the email. People are submitting random text strings. And overall, the ticket says, only enable the save button if the email is valid. Okay, for all intents and purposes, let's just say that if the string value has the @ symbol, it's valid. And if not, then it's not valid, keeping it quite simple here. We know the email variable stores the string value and that the user types, whatever the user types in the input form. But the more interesting question here is, where do we put it? Where exactly do we place this string variable? Your first instinct might be to shove everything inside Redux. This is what it might look like. Working with the email string would require reading the state, as well as calling dispatches to set the state. Now, this solution seems fine, it seems meek and unassuming, but why am I not approving this PR? First, if this is in Redux, then the whole app is getting re-rendered because of a change in state. Do you know what a valid Redux state would be? This. Every single line here as you type is a valid Redux state. This will cause your entire app to re-render 14 times. Now, in a to-do list app in those tutorials, performance is fairly negligible when you have at most 5 components. But if you have an entire app surrounding it, re-renders can be expensive. Secondly, While JavaScript is fast, you know what else is fast? People typing. Every keystroke, remember, is your app re-rendering to this valid state. And unless you can guarantee that there are no bottlenecks whatsoever, you may not be able to guarantee your app can gracefully handle those sub-second re-renders. So let's call this version the broke version. So let's try something else. Let's try using the use state hook instead. This means that the settings component knows about the current value of the email input and any other children to which this prop is passed. Now, that is a marked improvement of the sort of omniscient, all-knowing state of the app in the broke version. So let's call this the woke version. Now, since not all of the components need to know about the current state, you followed my mantra, and therefore, I approve your PR. So, after some user testing, QA has something else. Yeah, it works, but users are complaining that they have to refresh the page to see the changes on their profile. And if you've worked at all with React, this ticket sounds all too familiar. So let's imagine the whole app looks like this, routing included. Other developers on your team some months ago have created this app as it stands. So we were originally under the impression that the email was strictly available for these two components. But we forgot there's something else. The user profile. Now, another part of the app needs access to this email value, the contact card. Imagine this component just re-renders, contact me at props.email. Suddenly, multiple elements across the whole app need to know about this email. We can't escape Redux now. We have to include it somehow. So the question now becomes, how do you handle this email text value in a way that the email input, the save button, and the contact card can all use them? Where do you stuff them in Redux? I once again draw your attention to this slide to discourage you from abusing Redux like this. So we have Redux, and we at some point need to make the email available to everybody else in the store. To use Redux lingo, that is when we dispatch this action. But we don't need to do it after every keystroke. Take one step back. This is a form. Updating a form means that you have a current version and a saved version. And upon submitting the form via the save button, the current value becomes the saved value. So the best time to send this dispatch is upon submitting the form. Okay, to Redux, the only states that it knows about are the before version and the after version. Before you hit the save button and after. It doesn't care about these intermediate states, as the user is typing. So through that, you're able to save yourself lots of unnecessary re-renders. So my second maxim, as you may have gathered, is commit final states to Redux. It is highly unlikely that you will need intermediate states in Redux, so those can be kept in local state. However, there are some ways to skirt around this maxim. So let's return to an app like this. It's similar to the routes example earlier, but here we're just focusing on the settings component. The whole tree is a deep rabbit hole of components, rendering components, rendering components. And as such, the email input is located far away from the save button in the render tree. Now, that begs the question, where the heck do we put the email and the onChange props in this case? One option would be to have the email string and onChange callback high up in the settings form and use prop drilling to get all the way down to the respective components. Now, prop drilling is just passing the components all the way down the tree through every component. But let's be honest, nobody likes prop drilling. It goes against my first maxim of keeping local state local. Another option would be to portal the email values through Redux. Here, you would dispatch the email value and then read the state and then check if the save button should be disabled. Now, this would remove any need for any kind of prop drilling, but unfortunately, that doesn't really do us much good either. We'll still trigger boatloads of re-renders that way. Instead, let's bring up the several pieces of valid Redux state and ask, what are we most interested in? We don't care about the length of the string, the character at index 7, none of that. Like I said, we want it simple. We just want to know if it has the @ symbol or not. Therefore, we can narrow down these 14 separate but valid Redux states into two groups. whether or not it contains the @ symbol. So instead of a string, we replace it with a primitive that handles two values: yes or no, left or right, up or down. Oh, I'm being coy. We all know that it's a Boolean here. When used judiciously, this will reduce the number of useless intermediate re-renders. So what does that mean for our form? This Boolean, let's call it is valid. It can be portaled through context or through Redux. It indicates quite succinctly if the save button should be enabled or not. And best of all, you avoid any useless intermediate state re-renders. So my third maxim is just a remix of the previous one. Commit final states or derive values to Redux. Now, I don't know if this is my third one or fourth one. I've lost track at this point. It's okay. Just keep in mind that these are maxims and not strictly commandments. In your developer experience, you'll rarely find a one-size-fits-all solution. So this is precisely why I encourage you to read code written by others, preferably code that you wouldn't find in these isolated tutorials. All right, are we good? Let's move on to components. Now, components aren't as contentious as state management, but they can still trip you up in a foreign code base. For this example, let's take a look at a friends list on your user profile. Again, other members of your team have written this component, and your job is to add some kind of new feature to it. Here we see that it just renders a list of user cards. Again, the details aren't important, but let's just say that this friends variable is just an array. You'll soon wield a few strategies to update components in a code base that keep the change set small and the existing components reusable. So your new task is, let's say that if you have 0 friends, show an empty state, and if you have friends, show the list as normal. Pretty simple. So let's focus on the empty state. Beginner React developers look into userlist.tsx and see array processing takes place there. It uses users.map to transform the data object to JSX. They might think, okay, if I can use users.map here, I can also check users.length. And this is what the beginner React developer might come up with. Checking users.length is valid here since, we're also using users.map. What's the big deal? Now, soon someone later on down the line in the PR might point out, hey, it doesn't really make sense to put the empty state inside the ordered list. It's not really semantic HTML. So in the fix commit, you see this abomination. This is where the beginner developer might lose sight of the forest for the trees. Remember, this file is called userlist.tsx. It's not called userlist in empty state. It's just called userlist. And what did userlist.tsx handle before? It just transformed data objects to actual HTML. Nothing more, nothing less. With these changes, the component handles more responsibility than what its name says. So this version and the previous one are what I would call the broke version. So what do we do instead? Now, React is all about reusable components, and I personally am an evangelist for smaller, let's call them dumb components that have very few responsibilities. This version instead has the empty state outside of the user list component. The logic is owned by friend list, not user list. So what good does this do? For one, the user list component remains reusable. All it does is render a dumb list, no more, no less. This also frees the parent renderer. It allows it to handle the business logic and control the rendered output. Now, by keeping user list reusable and the rendering flexible, I'm approving this PR. Let's call it the woke version. So, if you're not convinced by the previous example, allow me to share some faux pas I made very early on in my career. We had a user list similar to the one in the previous slide. But after some back and forth with the designer, they wanted the empty state to be more customizable. Foolishly, I said, sure. Designers, give them an inch and they take a mile. So, the component evolved after iterating a bunch with the designer. We need the empty state title and text to be customizable. All right. Actually, we need some kind of call to action button too. Is that all right? Sure, I say. Then we can add the call to action text as well as the action that should be done when clicking it. Oh, but wait. Actually, let's change that button to a link to our search page. Ooh, all right. Ooh, and let's add a nice corporate Memphis empty state icon to it. Why not? Oh, all right, that's fine. That's okay. I can deal with it. And a few months pass by, and everything's all hunky-dory. And then the designer says, it seems like lots of our popular users have many friends, so let's limit them to only 10 friends shown. If there are more, we can add a show more button. And maybe we could do something on when they click show more. Okay, all right. Oh, but wait, let's change that to a link to their profile page. Ooh, all right, this is getting a little bit crazy, and now our users are complaining that they're seeing the same 10 users over and over again, so let's randomize it. Oh my gosh. At this point, I renounced software development, moved to a monastery, and followed an ascetic lifestyle for the past 75 years. Just look at this list of props. Look at how many crimes against humanity have been committed over the lifetime of this component. This component was originally a users list, and now at this point, it looks like it's taking care of the rest of the web UI at this point. Man. This example highlights some of the blind spots that beginner React developers might have. Tutorials don't really cover this as far as I've seen, and as such, junior developers may be susceptible to slapping on some new props because, hey, why not? React can handle it, right? So, I just want to say, which would you, as the React developer, want to work with? This one on the left or this one on the right? So, it's time for another maxim. Try and keep components as reusable as possible. Now, this is React, so we like reusability. A good rule of thumb that I've taken so far is to check out the component's name and really think if the component follows its namesake after all of my changes. If it doesn't, consider placing the business logic elsewhere. All right. Are we good? Good. Let's move on to step 3. This is where you'll actually implement the solution that you thought up of. But before you write a single line of code, there are a couple of pieces of housekeeping that you ought to be aware of. See? Some pieces of housekeeping include updating your IDE so it accepts whatever ESLint configuration or prettier configuration you might have. Now, at this point, reach out to your team members and see who uses the same IDE that you do and ask them how they set it up. Whether you use tabs or spaces, single or double quotes, chances are there will be some developer habit of yours that you'll need to suppress when you adopt the repository code styles. Now, it's better to get this done sooner rather than later, so your IDE somehow doesn't use incorrect code styles. Case in point, earlier in my career, we had 50+ file pull requests for the tiniest tickets. And this was because the linting rules were not set up properly among team members. So whenever I saved a file as 2 spaces, another team member would end up overwriting those spaces with tabs. Now, all of these troubles kind of get in the way of, actually developing. Similarly, check out any of the tests that have been written. I would recommend, after first setting up your repository, to perform a dry run of all of the unit tests, end-to-end tests, etc. Next, check any naming conventions of the folders and files in the repository. Kebab case, camel case, snake case. I personally don't think it matters which one you choose as long as you're consistent. And as long as it's not snake case. I know, snake case is ugly, but as long as your team uses it, it's going to be okay. The same goes for component files, as well as in terms of their imports and exports. Some repositories allow multiple exports per file. Here, the form file has exports for multiple form controls and are imported accordingly. Some others stick to a one file, one component policy. Here, individual files have been made for the input components, for the button component, for the select component, and the imports are structured differently. Lastly, let's remember our friend, the README file. Don't discount the wealth of knowledge that you can get from reading the repository's README. In fact, I would even encourage you to do this first, including following along with the how-tos on how to set up your repository, run the tests, among other things. Now, keep in mind that the more familiar you are with a repository, the less likely it is that you will touch this file. In fact, lots of the information in this file may be out of date, irrelevant, or just not working anymore. Note those things down. Even better, you can even create a pull request yourself to make these changes. Highlight anything that might not work, or may be different if you use a different operating system. Some hiccups I've seen include using different terminal permissions in Mac OS versions, different environmental variables, different globally installed NPM packages, among others. So, all of these hints can be loosely rephrased as follow the repository style guidelines. Yes, even if they use snakecase. Your IDE won't burst into flames, I promise you. As mentioned before, there may be some unit tests in the repository. Good code-based etiquette also includes writing unit tests. So I won't go into the nitty-gritty about what makes a good unit test, but that's out of the scope of this presentation. Now, besides the obvious, one thing I mentioned before is that tests are self-documenting. So if you hate, and I mean absolutely hate, documenting your code, write unit tests instead. You'll kill two birds with one stone that way. And if you absolutely hate writing unit tests too, it never hurts to write things called smoke tests. Smoke tests are basically small tests that make sure nothing crucial breaks. Here, I'm using Jest to make sure that the settings component doesn't throw upon render. React developers are familiar with the infamous white screen of death when a component throws. Now, keep in mind, unit tests, they aren't really for you for now. When you're working on a new feature, you most likely have the browser open, you're making your changes and you see how they work. But these tests, these unit tests, they're for your teammates. They're for the future. They ensure that when others make changes down the line, any potential errors are caught in your CD/CI processes. So, what did we learn in that brief foray into unit tests? They're usually a good thing. Don't be lazy. Try to write them. So, you followed all of my maxims and you created and merged a couple of pull requests. You've popped the bubbly or your celebratory drink of choice, and you've become all the wiser in approaching your new tasks. What now? Now is the follow-up. Now is where you can scream your feedback from the rooftops. After reading and contributing code, you now have the understanding where you can actually say, I agree, I disagree, or I withhold judgment. And not only that, you can suggest changes yourself as well. So, as you familiarize yourself with the code, you probably made some mental notes and hopefully written these down. This component is too big, that component is under-tested, we don't have any integration tests here, we're using an outdated library, etc., etc. But after your first few pull requests, you have more than just familiarity. You have boots on the ground knowledge, and now you can finesse some improvement tasks in upcoming sprints. So, if you have the right permissions, you can create valid tickets on your Jira or Trello board. Nevertheless, you'd probably be talking to the product owner or tech lead about these issues. If that product owner or tech lead is worth their salt, they will find some way to communicate it along the right channels. Next, there may even be some pull requests that have some code that you would think can be improved. But when you're reviewing, don't simply dismiss it as nasty and refer to it that way. Try to be a bit more tactful. Your skill set and the skill sets of your teammates are all different. Some shiny new technology or web API that you use every day may not have existed when your teammates learned web development. It never hurts to be polite in offering suggestions. So don't forget the human aspect of the code as well. Now, least of all, because when you write PRs, the same thing can be said by your teammates about your code. Now, hopefully the more senior members on your team won't strike down your code as nasty. Nevertheless, software engineers seem to think that, or they devolve into fangirls when they spot a nice piece of code that was very, very nicely implemented. Now, the junior developer might think that there's some kind of self-aggrandizing or masturbatory culture surrounding smart solutions, especially ones that you've authored. For personal repositories, that might be the case, but in a team setting, it doesn't make too much sense to be overly proud of the code you wrote. So here's another maxim, one that serves to remind junior developers to not get too attached to your own code. There is a chance that the code you write will be overwritten in a month or two, and you know what? That is perfectly fine. In professional settings, your code is there to serve a business purpose, not for your teammates to fawn over and to heap praise upon its author. Remember, code bases evolve. So, what have we learned from all of this, from this whole presentation? I'd say that working on a software engineering team involves about 75% reading and 25% writing. You'd spend most of your time doing this instead of this. Now, even if you absorbed even just 20% of the slides I showed, I'm proud of you. Now, I hope it also disabuses you of the idea that software engineering is mostly writing. Now, when programming becomes a team sport, I think it adds another dimension that I find rewarding. So, I have given you the tips I've assembled over the years and bequeath them to you. So, go out there, beautiful people, and write beautiful code. My job here is done. Ta-da.
Hey, Ray, thanks for the awesome talk.
Yes, of course.
So before we start with the Q&A,
Yes.
quick information for the audience. If you're watching this on our YouTube stream, please just click the link, the first link in the description, so you can join us on our platform, because there you can interact in the chat and submit some questions. And for those who already joined us on the platform, we had a bit of technical problems with the chat during the talk, but it should be solved now. Maybe just refresh your page and then everything should be fine. All right, Ray, we got some questions for you submitted.
Awesome.
And if you're ready, I would start with the first one.
Yep.
So I read in your bio that you are self-taught dev. How did you get into software dev? And maybe another question is a two-part question. Any courses to recommend, like Udemy or something?
Yes, nice. So I've always had some kind of interest in web development since around maybe sometime in high school. So like when I was 14, 15 years old. And this was primarily because I had a Tumblr blog and I liked modifying the CSS to make my blog look pretty. And I tinkered around with like masonry, for example. So I've always had this kind of this interest in it. Now, I'd say that I got quite serious with web development when I was maybe 22, 23 years old. And thanks to my university, I had access to online courses. Namely, I use a platform called lynda.com. I think now it's called LinkedIn Learning. And there are several courses there that kind of taught React in a very practical fashion. It didn't really idle too much on the theory, but it was more like, hey, we want to show a shopping basket in a shopping application. How do we do that in React? How do we learn props and state this way? And after a few courses, I kind of really liked it. I found it to be much more fun than having to do jQuery and manually managing all of those elements myself. And I kind of just tinkered around with it. And I'd say that if you're looking for advice in a way, maybe that's how I took this question, is that always have some kind of personal project in a way to really explore those topics. So yeah, that's what I would say.
Thanks for that insight. Ray, I read also that you are working at Dynatrace when you're not giving talks like these. And I'm aware that there is nothing like the typical workday, but maybe can you give us like a small walk through your week as software engineer there?
Yeah, so man, I'd say that from week to week, it's not very typical. Of course, we have these like 2-week sprints where we knock out all of our tasks. But I'd say that it really depends on who you're asking. Now, I'm just a software engineer there. So what that means for me is that we have our sprint and we plan our sprint, and then we kind of see what tasks we want to do to go through the sprint. And I'd say that a lot of my tasks include like just working on the ticket itself. Interestingly, I'd say that a lot of my days spent fighting end-to-end tests in a way. Let's put it that way. So it really is, like I mentioned in my presentation, a lot of reading and writing, and then also a little bit of fighting with the existing tests that are there. Let's put it that way. But from a week to week, I can't really give you a very like, what do I do every week, without fail? I mean, like, the most I could say is, the meetings that I have that are kind of agile meetings, the sprints and refinements and stuff. But it's very much like, okay, I will take my time on this task to do it well and write tests and fight with tests.
So keep on fighting, Ray. I just saw we got kind of a follow-up question from Martha. She says, Dynatrace is a cool company. And what projects are you working on? If you can share something. Or it's
I can't necessarily share it, but it's very cool. It's not released just yet. So I can't really give too much detail about that, but it flexes my React knowledge. Like, it works my React muscles in my brain. Let's put it that way.
All right. So another question. What other programming languages, frameworks, libs you want to learn in the future?
No, that's a good question. I've always been interested in video game designing and video game coding and stuff. I've never really had much time, out of laziness or lack of motivation, to actually sit down and really hammer out all the things that I wanted to know. Namely, that touches a lot of C# if you go the Unity route, and just seeing the different kinds of code there, how everything's structured differently compared to front-end web development, is just really, really fascinating to me. And yeah, I'd say that that's something that I would like to do, which, yeah, that's what I'd say.
All right. Thanks for that insight as well. We got another question. From working with other web devs, do you think that there's a job market for front-end or back-end devs, or has it shifted to full stack only over the last few years? What's your experience?
Man, I'd say I don't really have my ear to the ground, so to speak, when it comes to open front-end developer positions. But what I've noticed is that a lot of the processes from writing code to actually users actually using it has been fragmented in so many different ways that I think that there will definitely always be room for front-end and back-end web developers. I don't necessarily think that all of this burden of responsibility is necessarily shifted to full stack and full stack only developers. Because for one, it's just way too much technology to kind of, get right and to understand fully. And so I'd say that I think that there will always be room for front-end experts and back-end experts. But I think maybe there might be a shift of, if you're a front-end expert and you happen to also know database stuff or API stuff, that will probably give you an advantage. But I don't think that if you're a front-end developer, you should shift all the way to full stack. I don't think that we're getting there, or if we will even get to that point. So as long as there are people who are like, I'm going to make the next library to, make things better, there's always going to be something to learn.
That's for sure. So another question. Just wanted to know why to use Redux when we can use context hooks to pass the props.
Yes, this is one thing I didn't really go into too much detail in my presentation. And I definitely agree. If you're trying to avoid all of the boilerplate that Redux provides, use context is a nice solution. However, the second where you have a non-trivial state, as in it's not just a true or false thing, it's not just a string, but it's like an object that has various properties, that is some place where you can encounter bottlenecks, because it does not provide the same kind of optimizations that Redux has. So if you are saying, okay, here, I don't want to use Redux because I'm afraid of multiple re-renders, you might actually be shooting yourself in the foot by using use context, because that also does not guard against that. Case in point, in The code base that I work with, we might have a little bit of a problem with too much context everywhere since we're using a different state management library. And so it's not necessarily, it's not like what is it? Like a golden bullet, so to speak, of having all of your state done and managed in one place. You still have to kind of feel around for, is a context a good place here, or is hooks a good place here, or should I just bite the bullet and go for Redux?
All right, thanks, Ray. Because I just saw it in the chat, no question, but thank you for a great presentation and valuable tips. I can back that.
Thank you.
So, next question. Do you work on any other projects, for example, OSS, in your spare time?
I don't, but I work on some personal projects in my free time. I'm really fascinated with like UI libraries and UI systems and seeing how to kind of bridge the gap between making it look nice and also being accessible, as in keyboard accessibility and stuff. And as I guess boring as it sounds, I'm like, oh, how would I implement a nice little list box here or something in my free time? Or how would I, have a keyboard navigation for like directory trees or something like that. So that's something that I kind of spend in my spare time. And maybe that gives you insight into my psychological profile, but who's to say?
It's the details.
Yes.
So, Ray, we got another question. For junior front-end dev, what do you recommend to focus on when applying for the first job, and what could help to improve the chances to get hired?
Ooh, that is a good question. I see this topic. It's a little bit hard to say just because front-end development as a target is always moving really, really, really quickly. Nevertheless, I think that for a front-end developer, I didn't know if this question specifies React, but I'm going to assume so, is it seems, for better or for worse, that hooks aren't going to go away. They're here to stay. But I, for example, would focus on trying to have for example, if you want to show off a project, have an app that kind of shows off very manifold skills that you have related to front-end development. So that doesn't just include React and how to make hooks look pretty, but that might also include, hey, I took a look at Webpack and I have a nice little configuration here, so take a look at that. Or, oh, I learned a little bit about server-side rendering and I have that set up for this dummy app, for example. So those are some areas that I can imagine would look good if you show them off as part of your resume when interviewers ask you, what have you been working on? I personally don't think it's necessary to stay at the very, very, very front edge of it. For example, any like React 18 might be cool to have on your resume, but maybe personally I wouldn't necessarily focus on that too much. After all, what's most important is the underlying skills. Like, do you understand various React topics, which may or may not touch the most like the very, very front edge of the technology thing, if that makes sense.
All right, thanks for that as well. Another question. Should we use Redux Toolkit instead of Redux in 2022?
Man, I love Redux Toolkit. It takes away a lot of the boilerplate code, so I will say yes. If you are a junior developer and you're on a team and you're like, I want to use this, let's get rid of all the Redux. Don't do that just yet. Talk to your team and see about that. But having used it a couple of times in some projects, I've come to really, really enjoy it and really appreciate how little little boilerplate code you have in comparison to like 2017 when you had like 800 different files just setting it up. It's like I'd say it's much better these days.
Less clunky. So another question. Have you ever used mock service worker, and what do you think about it?
Mock service worker. Is this the one that mocks like API calls and stuff? I think that answers your question if I've used it.
Yeah, if you haven't used it, but
I haven't yet.
Okay, next question. What is your single piece of advice for people going the self-taught route? So like the major advice you can share.
I'd say don't be too hard on yourself. I'd say take the time that you need to actually understand things. There's definitely something to be said about just, standing up from your desk and taking a walk and letting those ideas or whatever gel in your head. So I'd say take it easy on yourself. The topics will still be there. They're not going to go away if you just don't pay attention to them for a little bit. And I'd say enjoy it above all. I'd say that there's if what you're doing and what you're learning and you like hate everything about it, then maybe that's not necessarily for you. I'd say that if you're able to find some kind of cool thing, something that like when you're lying in bed in the middle of the night and you're like, oh, I could do it this way. I think that finding that is what will drive you through self-taught stuff. Definitely.
Great, thanks. Another question. I am new to React. Any tips to write clean code in React?
Well, that is a very vague question.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, I'd say there's nothing wrong with going to the React documentation itself and seeing how they author stuff. That's usually a good starting point as to like what is considered good React code, because whenever it comes to clean things, this is one of those topics where if you have 10 developers in a room, you'll have 300 different opinions about what clean code necessarily is. So I would say check out what the experts, I put that in quotes, what the experts say first when it comes to writing clean code. Follow them, follow their footsteps. I would say don't necessarily copy and paste blindly stuff from Stack Overflow, because that's not necessarily good, clean React code. But on the React documentation, I'd say it definitely is. So I'd say that.
Okay, thanks. We got another question. Do you recommend using lazy loading and code splitting?
Okay, so my knowledge of this is fairly theoretical and not necessarily practical, but I would say yes, and it depends on the size of your app. So for those who don't know, lazy loading code splitting is basically like, instead of when you download the app, having every single piece of code that will say, oh, whenever you go to this route, it has the code already there. It says, hey, do the like fetching that basically, and instantiated it when it's needed. I'd say that it's useful. It's useful, but I would say that the earlier you are with creating your app is the better time to do that. I remember in my previous company, there were lots of issues when it came to code splitting, lazy loading, and stuff that were very, very difficult, because the components, like the hundreds and hundreds of components and routes that were already written, were not optimized for that. But I think that if you have the opportunity, like there are only like 4 components total in your repository, it's worth exploring. And it's only worth exploring if you imagine that your app will be massive in that regard. So that's what I would have to say about it. I don't know if that answered your question. Maybe I danced around it, but that's my opinions at least.
All right. So thanks for that as well. One of the first questions was about why to use Redux when we can use context. There is kind of a follow-up question. If you could give more details on this, yeah, or share some examples maybe.
Okay, let me think. Let's say that it's like some kind of real Photoshop like graphical UI thing, and you want to capture a point, like where the mouse point is. Now, the details of that is obviously an object that has an X value and a Y value. So it's an object, X is a number, Y is a number. And so let's say you want to pass that or have it available local state or global state somewhere. The thing is that if you want to get that done, how do I put it, efficiently, then Redux, I'm going to put that in quotes, would be your a best bet, because if you use context and use just that plain X and Y value in this object, it will cause lots of re-renders, because you're passing a new object, identically new object for every re-render. So that will cause that will trigger re-renders down the tree. The actual details are a little bit reliant on the reconciliation algorithm and how use context works behind the scene. But I found that to be a fairly simple shorthand for explaining why you would or would not use context in certain cases. Yes.
Okay, thanks for that. So maybe a personal question from me, because I read that you have a love for horror movies, as Halloween was like 2 days ago. You can give some movie examples or movie suggestions for sure, when it comes to horror movies.
Yes, sure. Okay, I have a lot, so write all this down. This is just as important. I saw Barbarian a couple days ago. If you haven't seen that, watch it immediately. Don't look up anything about it. Don't watch trailers. Just watch it. I watched Fresh recently. That's really cool. It was about like a weird Tinder date. Let's put it that way. Man, overall, I'd say that 2022 has been awesome for horror movies. There was Prey. There was that Predator spinoff. That was so awesome. There was X. There was The Black Phone. There was Smile. I saw Smile in theaters. If you want that, that's great. as a terrifying freaking movie. Yeah, lots.
Ray, thanks. Maybe a follow-up question in the chat. What do you think about Smile?
Oh my gosh.
You, like 2 sentences.
So for context, I saw it in theaters, and I made the mistake of going into theaters early in the day because it was like swarming with high schoolers. It seemed like everyone was just loud and obnoxious. So try not to do that. But I screamed so many times in that movie. It was, I think I scared the girl sitting next to me because of how much I screamed. It was great. I didn't see any trailers or anything beforehand, so I would 100% recommend watching that. Man, it's freaky.
I will.
Yes.
Thanks. So back to maybe 1 or 2 more React-related questions, as we got some more in. Why jobs ask for CI/CD experience when you are applying for front end? Is it the must to have on your resume nowadays?
Not necessarily. I think it's more like if you're able to open up Jenkins or Travis or something and kind of figure your way around that, that's like the extent of my capabilities there. So for example, I have no idea how to write like the YAML files for the configuration for setting up Travis. On the other hand, I nevertheless have this framework in mind of like what these servers actually do. So that means like, okay, if I boot up this server, then it's going to run all of the unit tests, and then it's going to move on to the end-to-end tests or something. I have that in mind. I have like I can see where errors can possibly be. So I think that it's more about having a familiarity with it. Least of all, because if they just say CDCI experience, they might be using some completely different service anyway for which you would have to learn the configuration for that anew. So I think that as long as you can kind of piece together a mental framework and kind of observe from afar and see like, okay, this part of the process runs the test, this part of the process builds assets or moves them correctly, then it will definitely be an asset, especially when it comes to debugging things and figuring out why stuff isn't deploying.
All right, Ray, sadly we ran out of time. Thank you so much for the talk and the really long Q&A section.
Of course.
Hope you have a nice rest of the day and see you soon.
Yes, thank you very much, everybody. Bye.
All right, and before we go on to the second speaker of the day, just 20-second break. And right back to React. Next speaker of today is Senior Software Engineer at Amenities and has a passion for programming since his childhood, so a lot of experience. Welcome, Anton.
Hello.
Hello, Anton. How are you doing?
I'm a bit excited to be here. Thank you so much for having me here. So
Thank you so much for
let me
joining,
know.
Anton. Pleasure's all ours. So maybe in 1 or 2 sentences, can you tell me and the audience what we are going to learn from you today?
Well, today we're going to talk about how to apply TDD methodology, and we're going to talk about the strategy, how to use that in practicing type in the React application, certainly. And we're going to go through the specific cases, which could be in some moments controversial for developers, and I would like to present it.
But Anton, I'm very curious, and I think the audience is also. So, stage is all yours.
Okay. So let's get started. Yes, once again, my name is Anton. Nice to meet everybody. So let's start from some generic stuff like what is the testing and why is important. So testing is a very important part in our life, and testing gives our confidence about the things. And now you are in the kitchen, for example, making a dressing for a salad. You mixed up all the ingredients and you know the taste more or less, and the result of your process will be a salad with a sauce. So before putting the sauce in the salad, you possibly want to check, is it tasty, salty, sweety, or spicy enough, and then spice up a salad with a dressing as a result. So we gonna go dive into the driven development more deeply, but first of all, we really have to be clear and understand why we need this testing, why we are using this in our life, and just in general, it's nice to imagine the implementation of the testing in the real life. For example, NASA made many tests before launching the rocket. A dozen examples could be given here, but the idea of testing is everywhere. With coding, in coding, this is the same. Writing the code in our project is like a snowball as it growing. The chance to getting the hero and crash it in the end is very high. Also, other developers get onto the project, and the chance to break in something is a higher chance to not see the crucial points in the code. So when something in the service goes wrong, the business spends time a lot and spend money for sure to fixing that and to find out where is the problem. So it's better to have a prediction of potential mistakes by test for future. Reading Clean Code by Robert Martin. So I thought it's very difficult. In the beginning, I was thinking like it's very difficult to think about test first and then create the component of functions. But after some training and the techniques describe it, what I'm gonna show below, lately, I felt like more confident with the TDD than ever. Today we're gonna go through how we're gonna use tests and React application and testing behavior in general. You will see the strategy for sure for the testing development from practical side. So, but what DD means in driven development? So DD, that's exactly the driven development. That means development is based on some behavior, right? And you can see now the schema. It's just a burst schema when I split on the three columns. What is the how we are slicing drive and development. And first of all, you can see DDD. This is the current correct interpretation of the business idea in the code. Let's say we have a business idea, and we have to implement in the code. So it's like the skill of writing enterprise code. The code produced is based on the business idea. It includes such crucial aspects as Ubicode's language, which is a unique communication language between the business and development sides. On the other hand, model-driven design is based on the model and some patterns of all development. BDD, which is in the middle, this means improving communication between development team and the business. The concept branch from TDD, it's like a variant of or extension of it. BDD is a description of behavior and is a good for integration testing and for end-to-end testing, which I'm gonna talk about lately. TDD, test-driven development. It's a development based on testing. So TDD believes that you should write tests before writing the code. So you can see if it will fail, and only after the written the test do you start writing the functionality for written test and figuring out the component to satisfy the tests. It's very good for unit testing for sure. As far as we're going for unit testing, let's do to be sure that we understand what's this, right? So unit testing is a type of testing when you test an element or entity without any binding with other elements. It's just exactly testing of the one element which you have, which you're checking for some input and output. Integration test, it's about rendering logic, render something in the DOM. It looks like at interrelated functions, enumerations, some logic dependency functions, and so on. And finally, end-to-end testing, when we test how users interact with interfaces, and in the end, it focuses on the user behavior with the interface on the end and rendering. There is a browser and created user who walks through the interface. So, as I said, on test-driven development, we writing test first, and here you see the cycle of the process. On the beginning, we just we are figuring out, okay, so we need to write a component, and this component, let's say, has to render some list of elements, very plenty, just in the property of array of some elements. We just render those elements, and we have to render, let's say, name and description. What I did right now, I just in my mind describe it what I expecting from the component. I didn't write the code at all. I just figure out what I am expecting from the component, what I gonna implement. And I creating test file when I put all of those expectation from my component, what exactly I'm expecting from that component. I'm expecting if there is 0 elements, I'm expecting to show nothing. Let's say the message no elements, no items. If there's some items in the array, I have to show some I have to render some elements, and I have to test, and I describing in the test. So the circle is we describe behavior on the component in the test, and base it on the test, we write in the code, and code has to be only satisfy the test itself. So we have a description on the test, and we satisfy this description and expectation from this test. Then we go to refactor to do that much simpler, much nicer, and this is the circle, works all the time in the same way. So test, code, refactor, test, code, refactor, whatever we do in the component, hook, function, whatever it is. I think you can think that it's pretty slow, especially in the beginning. I was thinking about that before as well. So I was thinking like, okay, I need to create a simple component. I just bring it up, just put there some stuff with the dev, with some elements, creating fast, and I already see something on the screen. And especially when I have to present something for business side. But eventually, when I just get used to the practice of test-driven development, I see the problem that once I got back for the previously created component without test, I really sometimes lost what exactly do that component. Actually, I see that, okay, we just return that element, or we just do another effect for that component. We render something which is not really clear. Test with our descriptions and expectations actually tells the story about this component, what exactly is going on over there. Once I got back to my component, which has been described with the test, I just see everything what I need in terms of history of this component, and all of this expectation brings me up and just help me a lot to save my time. And the really important, it's not only for me, it's all for other developers, for some who join for the company, especially it's enterprise company. There's a lot of components. There's a huge wide of microservices, which is fully with some of components, some of the functions, hooks, whatever. And it's really important to have coverage for all of these created things. And by that description of the expectation, you understand what has to return that component. Yes, component, as I said, what we expect from the component. We expect something what we have to bring for the finally for business solutions, for some UI returnings and communications. So we just describe what exactly has to be in this component. And as I said, I'm gonna tell about my own strategy. That's I try to keep my own strategy all the time. It helps me and simplify the process of writing tests. And always, before to start writing component, I even not creating file at all for the component itself. First file which I created, this file of testing. Let's say we have to have a create about view. Very easy. What in about view has to be? I just thinking again. There has to be only return of some simple div, where we just expecting something like test about view text, nothing else. Here's a very simple example, and I creating the description of that component. What I gonna test is about view, and I say that I should render view, and I throwing the error, as you can see. This is the strategy when I and as I said, this is a really simple implementation, but implementation of expecting. But further, you can see that a lot of expectation description of the behavior of the component. So here, just a simple one, and now you can see that we added to the description the snapshotting for sure, and we expecting some text to have text content about view. So that's what we're expecting from that component. So now about view, that test file, expecting something, then we can move to the create implementation for that component itself. This is it. So this is the testing, and this is what we do for the testing. We writing component for test for test expectation. We just satisfy the expectation from those tests what we had been written before. Okay, so let's dive in of a little bit more complicated. So let's say we have to create routes, and for sure, and by my own practice, I describe all of routes what I expected by each location, and I just throwing the error everywhere, and it's just a list of my description, what I'm expecting to see, and I just throw in the error everywhere. So let's go to the first one. I expecting in the roads component, it should show me a home view. Throw the error. I would like to see the cards page, cards view. Just throw in the error, and the same for the card view, the same for the about view, and the same for not found view. I don't know how. I mean, I don't thinking about how to write test. What kind of thing I have to implement on the dates? Could be a React library testing or something, enzyme or whatever. It doesn't matter. The matter of the strategy, how you thinking about your component, what you expecting from the rendering stuff. And in the first iteration, we have to satisfy our testing. So here you can see how we can wrap up our render routes. So we are using here for sure some mocking, and for home view, we're just expecting something from home view. We have to we're expecting home view, that we just have to mock it to not render the whole component. And here we get the first test. We're expecting to get test by ID, that we are what we get before in our mock. We're expecting to get that element if we provide a specific route. So, and on the test, if we not provide any routes, you can see here render routes, and we are providing some route, and by default we just have a home route and home location, and you can and we're expecting it to get home location, and if we have only slash. So and we writing our implementation for the component only to satisfy exactly that first expectation, that first iteration on the testing. And of course, when you run of your test, you can see that for all of them except first one will be failed. That's totally fine, but we satisfy our first implementation. Let's keep writing our test with our expectation. You can see the description for following next ones. We are providing the road cards, and we're expecting to see cards view, which we are for sure mocked with the testing ID. And we the same thing we do for the card view, but we are not implemented yet. We just have to write the code. We just get the test second one back to the component and satisfy exactly that iteration. And now it's for all of them. We do almost the same. And I'm not talking now about the refactoring at all. It's just the strategy, like from where to start, how to describe, and how to move on to the component. And here you can see there's all of these parts of satisfy expectation for the testing. You can see those imports, of course, there's view, cards, view, card view. They're much complicated. We don't need to import them really. We just mocked them, what I showed before. We provide the test ID, which we're catching up. But in reality, we just do exactly the same imports and satisfy the test itself. You can ask, what about GraphQL and Apollo? How to think about this with the TDD strategy? For sure, doesn't matter, as I said before. That's absolutely doesn't matter. What is that GraphQL or is some Redux context or whatever it is? We just thinking about our function or our component and what we expect from that. Folks, let's say we have a location component which is going to use GraphQL together with Apollo, and we just expecting something from there. In this description, we're expecting that we should show data after loading, and we should, and then in another iteration, we should render without items, something to show. And of course, we just write this test, and then you can see that we have to for sure to get mocks. Apollo documented pretty well how to test your component with GraphQL, how to mock that stuff, and so on. And we can mock it for sure and just move on to the implementation of test. And this is the example, a pretty easy plain example, what we expecting from the component. In the beginning, for sure we have to provide some name and ideas just for the expectation. We have to render locations, as we did actually before with routing. We do almost the same, just to wrap up to the render, the mock provider, where we have to provide mocks. Mocks actually just return to us the result of data, and we just have to use the query for get locations, which we're going to create it lately. We just understand for us, we're going to use some query, that GraphQL query, which is going to be get locations. And we're expecting loading on the beginning. Then we're expecting after loading some ID and name on the screen. And the same thing, we're expecting nothing. We're expecting after loading no items if we are expecting from data an empty array. So as you know, Apollo returns to us the data returns to us the result of our request. And this is actually, we just provide here on the wrapper just a result of our request, as I showed before in the render locations over here. Is the first implementation of the component itself. We just have to have the get locations GraphQL request, which is really simple one, get location query with ID and name. And you can see the use query with us with this query get locations, where we're expecting some default elements, and we're getting locations. We say that we have to show loading if we are in the loading process in the state, and then we return the all of list of elements. And this is, we show only satisfy for first iteration of the test. The first one should show data after loading, but we have also another one, should render without items. This is the first implementation of the component, and this is the second one, because that one, the part of the location length we're checking for the 0 elements, satisfy the second iteration on the testing. It's a really important process when you go step by step, one by one, only satisfy for testing. If you think that you forgot to write something on the test, you forgot some special behavior, especially when you just communicate your test and your component, of course, you have to go to the process of refactoring. Remember that circle: test, code, refactor. And this circle works all the time. So we just going through this circle. What about hooks? Yes, let's say we have a card which has an ID name, pretty easy. And we have some kind of cards control where we're gonna get some cards as an array. And we have to be able to add those cards or remove that card from the array, reset it all, everything, just to get the empty array. So, and we're expecting something. I'm actually showing you here actually that what I'm thinking, but it's just a plain just an implementation what I'm thinking, what I'm gonna expect from that hook. And this hook going to have this kind of handlers and some cards data as an array. And here, I think it's pretty tiny for you just to read this, but here's a lot of expectations, a lot of description for that hook, what I think this hook has to do for me. And of course, it's not a good idea maybe to have this kind of functions over there, but the idea is you have hook and you have to describe this step by step, everything from there. And as you can see, as usual, we just throw in the error. We describe everything about this hook, everything as possible. Of course, we're going to refactor it in the future, but we describe it, everything what we're expecting from that hook. If we don't know how to describe our function or our hook or our component, possibly we do something wrong, because we have to be really clear what we are creating. And here's the process, as I say it again. Let's go for the first describe. First iteration, we just have to render the component, and we're expecting nothing from there. I mean, just the 0 elements in the cards. And we're writing this component exactly for the first test. And this is satisfying for the first test. Okay, move forward. Here you can see the further approach. I mean, we are just going test by test. This is another one. We have to add some cards. We do some implementation over here. Here, I'm using for sure testing library from React hooks, which we have to act and render hook and so on. It's pretty well documented. And it's, as I said, it doesn't matter how which tools you're using for testing. The important is that how you're describing it and you do that testing. So we are expecting some one element from the array of this from that hook. Let's go to that component and let's improve it exactly for that iteration, for that test. So, and this is just a simple one. Yes, we just go through these tests. What about the return the correct shape of the cards? We're expecting to get there some title and some ID. And yes, we need to apply this behavior right over here exactly for that test. And as you can see in the right corner below, we go pass it for the first 3 tests. And this is the process of step by step. We go to the test, writing the test, and then we implement a satisfaction for the test. Of course, we do that for async hooks. And there is some of tools which we can use for sure. It's in this example, I'm using Axios, but it could be whatever is it. some other asynchronous requests. So we are for sure mocking our Axios, and we are describe our use API. I just was calling this use API hook, where we should return data after loading, and or we have to show an error after loading because something went wrong. And here's just a description of that hook, and I have to apply this hook exactly for the um, testing. And we start to describe that. As I said, I was using the mocking for the Axios. I do the mock implementation for that, return some promise with the data, with the fake data, and I'm using as usual render hook, where I return the result of use API hook, and as a result, I'm using the waiting for value to change, because we need to expect when value has been changed after some after the promise fulfilled, and we are checking the expectation from over there. So we're expecting that data has to be provided exactly that we are what we mocked as a result from get request from Axios. And the same thing we do for the year. If we just get the year for get request, something went wrong, whatever, we just do some. We are just expecting results from year, and we have to show it in our hook. And here's the implementation for the hook itself. So in the left side, you can see the whole description for the use hook, where we described all of this behavior. And on the right side, the implementation, for sure, it's not ideal. It's not the best approach for writing hooks. The idea is just test implementation, and we just satisfying this test step by step. So as I said before, and I just actually, and I'm repeating in my work the same way, and I doing it here. So I think only test can tell how exactly component works. But we have to keep in mind that we should not write useless tests which check nothing. We have to write tests and think about logic of the behavior of that component. The component has or a function or hook or class or whatever it is. We just thinking about the logic, what we're expecting, and what we're going to use with this. And that brings to us for sure stability. And we in the future, actually, we're saving a lot of time when we just need to improve the component what has been covered by test. We do again, we just go back to the test, improve our test, and apply to that test our component. So let's say we already have a component which has been covered by test, and we have to do some feature, new feature for that component to implement some changes over there. First, to go to the test to check what behavior has been written over there. Maybe some of behavior, maybe some of description already obsoleted and don't need it. We just remove them and we just describe again the test exactly how we're expecting after feature implementation for that component. And yes, Solidity gives us that possibility to be all the time in the way of consistent way. So we just always in a stable way. We're not breaking anything. We're absolutely sure that this component works exactly how it's been described. And of course, it's simplified the simplified development for sure for the team of development for the process of in the development team, especially if it's enterprise and a lot of new developers come to the project, to the service, and they trying to understand what's going on over there. In a real good projects, developer comes to the project, and if he can see the well tested component, he actually will understand by himself everything. In some moments, and from my own practice, I even not running the project at all. I just I just went through the testing, run the testing, because exactly those components I have to touch, run the testing, and move on. And yes, for sure, we have to see the interface. We have to finally see the and use end-to-end test, and that's, for example, Cypress gives us a lot of possibility in the end to test all of this iteration. But as on the unit process, we testing component in the beginning, and then we just do an implementation. It's this really simplified development process. In the beginning, it seems like, oh, it's a very slow, but it gives a lot of benefit on the future. So thank you so much for listening this. And this was my first conference and presentation. I hope my mother gonna be proud of me. So thank you so much.
Hey, Anton, thanks so much for the talk. If you want to have my opinion, I didn't recognize that this was your first talk. I think you're very, very good when it comes to presenting.
Thank you so much.
So, and what you're also good at is answering questions. I hope so, at least. So let's jump into the Q&A section. First one would be, what are the main advantages of React over similar frameworks like Angular or Vue?
So from my personal experience on the development side, I'm working with React more than 7 years, and a lot of things I take in sometimes kind of personally, and I'm creating projects in React, as I said, 7 years, and I see how fast it works and how it's been mutated from that moment when we just started creating our projects in React and where we are right now. I'm not such a well user for Vue or for Angular, but I see that Angular for sure for now, and has a lot of feature which is really good for sure for development and in TDD approach. For example, there's a lot of tools already built in. I love it, but I love to see that comprehensive way, complex of velocity of development, and brings to production things, and not really dive into the technical details. I'm trying to look in strategy in general. That's like we are using our. It doesn't matter for sure which you're using, which tool you're going to use. Maybe you're going to use just the JavaScript or plain JavaScript to create application, and it brings the value for business. It doesn't matter. I just think, and from my personal experience, React the most, for now, the most fastest way and the most easiest entry point for developers right now. Just my personal opinion, yes. But it's endless talk about which features could be used there, and so on.
Right. Thank you, Anton. Next question. Can we combine React with machine learning? So something like TensorFlow.js, for example.
First of all, we have to understand what kind of thing solving React, what kind of problem React solving. Okay, so machine learning is it's a little bit another thing which has to be on the other side. React receive some data. React solving the problem of representing data for UI or some iteration. So iteration in the end. We're expecting something in the DOM. That's and React solving this problem. For sure, you can use some other tools on the server side, which brings the data to React, and you represent data for the React for sure, and you can implement this kind of services. But you can keep in mind that React is solving the problem to represent the data. That's my answer.
Okay, thank you, Anton. Got another question. Where to learn React testing since there's no much content about it? So do you have some additional resources to share, like maybe blogs or YouTube channels even, or something like that?
I disagree that there is not a lot of informative. So I could say right now for testing application in React applications, a lot of information, maybe not a lot of details how to use some tools. As I said in my presentation, it does matter which tool you're gonna use. Let's say pretty well describe a tool enzyme, which is which is have been on the product as I think it's 4 years already, and maybe even more. And there's a lot of really tiny things what you can do by that tool. So my suggestion, first of all, to understand in general why to do that for sure. Like why need to test? Why need to testing? And my first suggestion over here to read Clean Code by Robert Martin. I'm really fan of that. I mean, before it was a really hard book for me, but in the end it blows my mind. It just oh wow, it has to be exactly like this. Why I did so wrong before and so on. So I mean, as I said, it doesn't matter which language, like it's a Java or C++ or JavaScript, it doesn't matter. The matter of the idea. Why need that? Why we testing our things in life or on the kitchen or whatever. And the second thing, tools for sure. Once you understand why we need that, you have to be satisfied with those tools which you're going to use. Let's say you feel comfortable, let's say with Jasmine. Okay, use the Jasmine, and for example, by myself, I'm using all the time Jest and React testing library, and brings me everything what I need for testing React applications, React components. It's pretty enough, and there's a lot of information about sources. Exactly what I say today, I don't know where, but I can leave link from my article in Medium if it's okay. So there is the information about unit testing in React application. So I can bring it on the chat or somewhere. So or in the comment in this conference. Well,
so you can
and
just
also
send to us, and we will post it in the chat for you.
Yeah, thanks. Perfect. So also, yeah, you can find a lot of information, but according to tools. So you have to clarify which tool you would like to use, or your business, like the development group, and then go to the documentation and read how to use it.
Okay, thanks for that insight as well. We got another question. Do you work on open source software or other cool projects in your free time?
As like other developers, for sure, I was working for my own startup. I did my lots of stuff just to present something for and help some open source feature. Particularly right now, I don't have any open repositories which can be useful, but it's a matter of the time. I could say yes. I was working a lot for some of the project which was open source. For now, no. Only contributing.
Okay. All right. We got another question. What's your major tip for a newbie React developer?
It's a really good question, actually, because in the modern world now, it's you can lost in the so wide possibilities where to jump in. And for example, the one of the developer decided, oh, I want to work with React tool. It's really nice to create some really fast things over there. I could say the first thing what helps me a lot, it takes some crucial, very plain, very easy course for JavaScript, not for React at all, in order to understand what is this in general. That's the first entry point, what you have to do. And then to take some another course. I don't have any particular suggestion which one, because there's a lot of them and other platforms. Yes, but as I said, like first of all, feel confident in JavaScript, and then to join to the React or Vue or whatever it's Angular. So that's my opinion.
All right. Thanks for that as well, Anton. We got a question. Sorry, I'm late. Do you already explain if there can be visual tests on components? Did you?
I hope I described all of the parts in the presentation, and I was not diving in for the details for sure, but in the presentation I covered almost everything what could be potentially faced on the development process. Of course, there could be another things like a higher order components or class components and whatever. But in the presentation, I described the main idea of my presentation about not about what and how. How the component has to be tested in terms of tools. No, the idea is a strategy. The strategy of this. Please think about your implementation for your function, component, class, whatever. Test, write in the test, describe in the test, and then code to implement to this component.
And a quick reminder to the audience, if you're late and maybe missed something, you can rewatch every talk right after the session on demand on our live page. So we got another question. What kind of courses do you recommend? Udemy or something else, maybe?
Yes. I would. So a very, very good course was in Udemy. It was mostly about JavaScript. I could not say so right now the name of the course, but I believe there's a lot of very, very, very tempting courses, and how to identify is that good course or not, just to check the reviews for that. What people telling about that. Usually you can see the evaluation and what people talking about this course. That's how I found JavaScript course. But for me, most important JavaScript. React is just a tool. It's just the feature what you can use above the JavaScript. My tool, I'm using JavaScript, and better just to go to JavaScript. In the same way to looking for the course for React. And as I said, I was using Udemy, but it could be other platforms for sure. And I think it's nice just to see the output from the users.
All right, thanks for that insight. We got another question. Have you ever used mock service worker, and what do you think about it? If you used it, that is.
Yes. Okay. In general, I'm mocking a lot. I could say, but we have to be careful with the mocking in general, because if we're working a lot, that means we're just getting a lot of dependencies for the component, and it's nice to just decouple everything in the simplest thing. So okay, so. But I'm using different tools for the mocking for sure. But as I said, for now, the more general tools, I'm not trying to use anything outside. Like if we need just to cover some mocking stuff, I just using the model, a model mocking on the mocking side. There is a specific folder when you can bring some mocking importing, which you can think like this model has to be mocked, and I'm just reusing them among all of these tests. Yes, I didn't mention, for example, in my presentation about, for example, styled component, and there's a problem of generating of the classes and how you can mock it and how you can reuse it. It's a other topic, but yes, I'm using mock a lot, but I'm trying to be very careful of the mocking for sure. Yes, it's a really long conversation about how better to use it and what we have to use and what we have to avoid. Just an example. React testing library, they are suggesting to not use snapshotting, for example, not snapshotting, not using the shallow rendering. By enzyme, you can use the shallow rendering, which we're not going to go deep inside to the component rendering. So, and by that, I'm trying to use mocking to interpret that shallow rendering by myself, and that how I, for example, predict some unexpected behavior. I'm really in this presentation. I show how I mocking the views on router, where I showing some views, right? So and this is the way how to be very confident what you're expecting from the mocking stuff. So and yes, mocking's useful thing for sure, and there could be a lot of tools which were possible to use.
All right, thank you, Anton. Next question. When to use unit testing and end-to-end testing?
Okay, actually good question. It's as I said, of course, unit testing is a type of testing when you test one element, one entity of something without any bindings of writing from other side of elements, right? It's something what you're testing as an element, okay? You're expecting some input and output, and you're just testing this behavior inside one element. End-to-end testing, it's, let's say you render your application, you run the application, and you already see some interfaces in your screen. To simplify my explanation for others, when someone asking me, what is the end-to-end testing? I'm telling like, try to think about end. End means like something in the end, what you already get in the end on the screen. There's interfaces which you can already do some interactions over there. So end-to-end testing, it's test when how user interact with interfaces for sure. It focuses on the user behavior by clicking on this interface, interact with this interface in the end of the rendering. There is a browser or in a mobile or whatever, and you just creating a user who walks through this interface. The end-to-end test brings you a lot of tools to create a fake user who go and typing right to the inputs, open some interfaces and so on. And you can test the behavior, what you're expecting from your interface. The message of error has been shown exactly over here, and it was over there or not in another place. The pop-up window has been showed up and so on. And yes, I hope I answered for that question.
Thanks, I'm sure you did. Next question. In your bio, I can read you're interested in a whole lot of stuff and using a huge tech stack. What's the next thing you want to learn or master?
Oh, thanks for the reading my my bio. But yes, the next thing, what I want to learn. Actually, I'm really focusing now on DDD and domain-driven development. For me, it's really important to domain-driven development. For now, it's not about actually coding at all. It's it's a coding for sure, but it's approach how to build things. And I thinking about the business, like how business works, what's the issue we're solving, and I want to simplify the connection between product side, business side, and our developers, and to use this unicorn language, which could be very simple for all of us. I'm pretty diving right now for this process, and for me, it's really interesting. And I could say test-driven development, DDD, actually right from DDD. So we can interpret some behavior of our components by business requestment, and this is everything really fine. So this is the one thing what I pretty fun on it. Another thing I could say streaming data. I could say I just very found the streaming data, and it's an interesting part for me as well. But I just was using that a lot, but maybe not such a lot. And it's interesting, much more simplify this process. Yeah.
Sounds interesting. So, Anton, next question. Does a full stack dev need to know cloud, Docker, Kubernetes, etc.?
Could you repeat, please, question? I'm sorry.
Does a full stack developer need to know cloud, Docker, Kubernetes, etc.? Your opinion?
My opinion, yes. Because in another days right now, I could say developer, even front-end developer, in some moments could not live without that. I would say, okay, you're a developer, you are joining in an enterprise and a good company where there's a lot of microservices, and you have to understand the architecture of a comprehensive cloud of all of these microservices, where they running, how they running, what to do with all of these things. And you have to run it locally, for example, and you have to use Docker, for example, just to run couple of microservices just to run your React application, for example. Without this, you cannot run this application. I could say yes, especially full stack has to know about all of these things, and I could say from my experience, we're using this a lot.
Right, Anton, thank you so much. Thanks for the talk, and thanks for the Q&A. Hope you have a nice rest of the day, and see you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. And before we jump to the next speaker of the day, short 20-second break. So, welcome back. Before we start with the next talk, just a quick information because the question came up in the chat earlier. Yes, we have a raffle today. We're raffling out 3 streaming tickets for the CT Web Dev conference for front-end developers taking place in Cologne or virtual on November the 8th and 9th. And you are a participant if you registered for our live event today. So you're good to go. All right, now, next speaker is co-founder at ecology, and besides her love for front-end, she also deals with hydrogen storage, quantum cryptography, and fiber optic. Welcome, Katarzyna.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Katarzyna. Thanks for joining us. How are you doing today?
Pretty good. I'm really excited for the talk.
Me too. So maybe 1 or 2 quick sentences, what we're going to learn from you today?
Sure. So today I'm going to talk about digital ecology and to be more precise, how to mitigate the carbon footprint of websites. So I'm going to share some simple techniques on how just a normal person can start leading a more sustainable digital life, and also some more advanced techniques to decrease the carbon footprint of websites. I'm going to share some tools, some ideas that anyone can implement on a day-to-day basis.
It's a very important topic, and you got my full attention. I would say stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, once more. And as I already mentioned, today the topic is going to be digital ecology. And you can let me know in the chat if any one of you have already got familiar with this topic, if any of you know any of techniques that you can implement on a day-to-day basis. I'm like super curious if you know even a little bit about the topic. So without a further ado, let's begin. What is digital ecology? So by definition, it's a field of study about the interdependence of digital systems, like, for example, the internet and the natural environment. So long story short, everything we do online and what we do offline with our devices generates carbon footprint. And just to be clear, digital ecology is not about stopping you from using the internet, from using your smartphone. It's just about introducing more sustainable, greener behaviors that will impact the carbon footprint positively. So it will reduce the carbon footprint of your activities. You might think now, how is it even possible that the internet emits CO2? So there are a few steps. It all starts with data collection. So we talk about servers, data centers, and the cloud. And if we think about the cloud, we might think about like a wide, bright light thing in the sky. But the truth is that storing data in the cloud means actually storing data in a data center, which is an enormous facility that has to be powered up and cooled down 24 hours, 7 days per week. And here a few facts. So actually data centers stand for 1% of world's global energy consumption. And by storing 100 gigabytes of data in a data center, we actually emit 0.2 tons of CO2 for the whole year. So by just storing this 100 gigabytes on the cloud, you emit this much of CO2. And just to compare it, what would happen if you would be storing it on your hard drive? So it's actually 700,000 times more emissions heavy than if you would be storing it on your hard drive. So that's already the first clue. It's much better to store data on a hard drive. Then it's all about data transferring via the infrastructure, via the telecom infrastructure. And the power lines that you might think of first also have to be powered. And last but not least, end devices. So our smartphones or laptops. And here, again, a few facts. So actually, the energy that is needed for charging smartphones in 2020 overtook the energy that is needed for charging our laptops or PCs. And it stands for, as well, 1%, but of global emissions. So it's also quite emissions heavy. And is it important to talk about the emissions of the ICT industry? It quite is. So imagine that the ICT industry stands for 4% of all greenhouse gas emissions. So it's quite emissions heavy. And the cloud itself, so by 2025, there are many predictions that we're going to be storing 100 zettabytes of data, which stands for 200 billion tons of CO2 being emitted every year. So that's quite a lot. And of course, not all these data in data centers on the cloud are necessary, and not all even the user wants to be storing. So keep it in mind what you are storing there. And what can we do about it? So actually, we can create a significant impact by doing some insignificant activities, by some insignificant changes. So let's talk about emails. So I'm going to talk just about a few techniques here, but of course, there are many, many more. You can take a look at the blog of Ecolind, or just Google it yourself and get to know more familiar with other techniques. So emails. So first, deleting emails. It's really important. Actually, by 2023, so already next year, there are the forecasts that we're going to be sending 347 billion emails every day. And imagine that by just sending one email, we generate 4 grams of CO2. And by storing it, and I have quite a lot of spam in my mailbox, I have to be honest, and I feel like very ashamed for it. I'm trying to delete it all the time. But storing one email generates 19 grams of CO2. So this is quite a lot. And think about it, that a typical user stores 10,000 emails in a mailbox. And some other studies showed that in 2020, 50% of all these emails were spam. So just rethink your mailbox a little bit. And you can also try using some other messaging tools. So it's much better to use, for example, Slack to communicate than just sending an email. You could also try reaching out to people with the old-fashioned SMS, but of course, there are like other messaging tools as well. So I already mentioned spam, so it's really good if you could unsubscribe to some magazines, to some websites that you follow, to some newsletters that you don't read anymore. And it's important to also remember about the size of email. So for example, what I do when I have a movie that I would like to upload somewhere, or like a picture I want to share with more people, I'm adding it to the drive. And for example, then I'm sharing it by just using the same link. So I'm not sending the same video every time with another email. And just a simple trick, if you work in a corporation, in a firm, usually in your footer, there is this image of your company, the logo. And if you just delete it, that's also going to create some significant change. Next, let's talk about browsing. So of course, we all use Google, we love it, but there are some other search engines that we could be using. So for example, there's Ecosia, Lilo. These are a little bit more eco-friendly, and DuckDuckGo is a very ethical browser, so strongly recommended. And when it comes to sustainability online, it's also important to think about maintainability, about the ethics. So all these important topics come in here as well. Then the next thing that you could do is just closing tabs. So imagine that we think that, okay, like we just have a tab open and everything is going to be fine. Like we forget about it, the tab forgets about itself as well. But it's not the truth. The truth is that the tab still remains connections with the server. So there is still some data transfer going on. So close all the tabs if you don't need them. And if you already know an address by heart, just write it directly. Don't Google it. You can mark some addresses by adding bookmarks and rethink your keywords. It's also quite important. And then last but not least, you can try erasing old media on social media platforms. Just download some old images from your Facebook account and store them on your hard drive on an external hard drive. Next topic, devices. So this is actually quite interesting. So if you would be replacing your smartphone or computer less often, so every 6th year instead of 4th, you would be saving 190 kilograms of CO2 emissions. So that's quite a large number, and the change does not require so much from us. Of course, then I also have to mention about deleting mobile apps that we don't use or disabling mobile notifications. And another small step that you could implement is simply unplugging your router during the night. So let's go now to the main topic of today's presentation, websites. I don't know if you ever heard about it, but every day 250,000 web pages are being published. And each of these websites generates 1.8 grams of CO2, what sums up to 216 kilograms of CO2 annually for just this one website. But of course, we have to assume that, for example, this website is viewed 10,000 times monthly. And these 216 kilograms of CO2 can be compared to driving almost 1,000 kilometers by a gasoline car. So how much CO2 does your website produce? I assume that some of you might have your own companies, you might have your portfolios. Have you ever wondered that? And there are a few tools that you could use. I prefer to use a very popular tool called Website Carbon Calculator, and they are actually quite transparent about how they are calculating the CO2 emissions. So here, by just adding your web page URL, you can calculate how emissions heavy is your website. And to give you a few examples, so for example, there is this Chinese Amazon, let's call it like this. I'm not sure how to pronounce it, so really sorry for Chinese speakers. Sina. So this is just a Chinese store. And this web page is actually quite dirty. It's very heavy, and it emits almost 5 grams of CO2 with a single view. And then I was wondering how much CO2 would the WeAreDevelopers website emit? And I checked it out. And it could be a little bit better, guys, so take a look at this. So it emits 2.04 grams of CO2. So it's not too bad, but there are a few techniques that you could implement in your website as well. And all these techniques that I'm going to be talking about are already quite famous. So for example, there is a person called Tom Greenwood, and he is the founder of the website Carbon Calculator, and he also wrote a book called Sustainable Web Design. So if you would like to learn more about this topic, I can strongly recommend you this book. I also read it myself, and it's like really good informative material. So how to calculate the CO2 of websites? So to calculate it, first we need to understand what is the data transfer of an average visit. And here the assumption is that the data transfer of the first visit, so the person who just enters the website for the first time, is accountable for 25% of the general data transfer. And the data transfer of the returning visit is responsible for 75% of the data transfer. So we would multiply then the energy of the website by 2%, because if somebody is a returning visitor, then the data was already cached at some point. We don't have to download the whole website once more. And then we have to consider the energy of the website, which is equal to the website size multiplied by the end user traffic. And the end user traffic is responsible for like 0.81 kilowatt hour per gigabyte. And last but not least, the emissions of CO2 per one visit. And this number is equal to the data transfer of an average visit multiplied by energy emissions. So energy emissions, this number is equal to 442 grams of CO2 per kilowatt hour. And this is just an average of global emissions. So if you would like to be a little bit more specific, you would have to check the energy emissions of your country, of your telecom infrastructure. And to sum it up, so emissions of CO2 per one visit on a website are equal to 70% multiplied by the website size. So of these returning users, plus 25%, plus 25% of these new users, plus 25% multiplied by 2% of the website size. And this is for the returning users. And this is then multiplied by the end user traffic and by the energy emissions. So I was talking a lot about the theory, but like, what can we do to create more sustainable websites? So first, let's talk about the programming language. So many of these programming languages are not as good as we might be thinking. I assume that as we are right now in a React day, everybody uses JavaScript or TypeScript for your websites. And JavaScript is actually pretty good. It's like a really good language. It's not that emissions heavy. And it's because in TypeScript, you would need an additional translation step. So this is the difference comes from here. But then, for example, Ruby, Python, and Perl, oh, they are not this good. And it's, of course, much better to use JavaScript or TypeScript than, for example, platforms like Wix or WordPress. I guess that you might have heard of them, because these platforms generate some unnecessary parts of code that you don't need. And it's much harder to implement any changes. You have less control over the code, and the code should be also quite maintainable and easy. So it should be like easily adaptable in the future. Next, libraries. So here you can see a table of some most popular libraries like Moment.js, Lodash, jQuery, SuperAgent, and Axios, and the corresponding sizes of these libraries, and then the corresponding emissions. And here you can see that, for example, Moment.js is quite heavy in emissions, so it generates almost 1.5 grams of CO2 by just adding it. And the simple trick is to first rethink if you really need all those libraries. So, for example, instead of Lodash, you could just use plain JavaScript, or you could think of using the already built-in fetch, and thus you wouldn't have to download the unnecessary external libraries. Next, it's also good to rethink the number of calls to external APIs. So to reduce the number of calls, basically rethink the logic of your code. Think also about caching data, both on the front end and on the back end side. And as I already mentioned, sometimes plain JavaScript or just using some alternatives to libraries is good enough. I would like to also mention the resources, and here the main 3 resources I want to talk about are images, are videos, and fonts. And here you can see, for example, this image of tiny lanterns, and we checked this image in different formats. So we saved it in, for example, SVG, in PNG, and then we listed the corresponding file size and the CO2 emissions. And as you can see, SVG, so the vector format, is the best format of all formats possible. And the next one is called WebPy. So you can also let me know if you've already heard about this format. WebPy is quite a new format. It's just 10 years old. It was developed by Google in 2010, so in 2010. And it's actually a very highly compressed format. That's why it's so good. So by, for example, saving your image in SVG instead of PNG, you wouldn't lose the quality of your website. It doesn't work like this. So it's quite an easy change that you can implement. When it comes to videos, a sibling format is called WebM. So it's also a highly compressed format that you could start using your files in this format. And next, fonts. So of course, these fonts that are saved already on your computer, so these system fonts are much, much better than those hosted online. And when it comes to formats, the most popular format is TTF, and currently it's the heaviest, it's the oldest. But there are 2 better formats, and they are called WOFF and WOFF2. And actually here you can see a table of a few fonts that we just wanted to show you. Some of them are system fonts, some of them are hosted online, and the corresponding sizes. So the corresponding TTF, WOFF, and WOF2. And here you can see that by just changing the format from TTF to WOFF2, you can reduce the emissions even by 70%. So it's quite impressive. And the quality of your website will not change. And this is a very, very simple trick. Next, colors. So always, if you work on a website, it's good to remember about enabling a dark mode of the website. And here on the graph, you can see how are the energy efficiencies of different colors on your OLED screens. Hosting. When I was picking my hosting provider, and I actually picked for the website Crystal from UK, I was taking a look about on the power usage effectiveness. So this is the energy efficiency, let's say, of a data center, and the lower the number, the better. Then, of course, take a look also at the renewable energy. If your website uses a host provider that uses some renewable energies, and there are quite many that you can pick from. I also read about a hosting provider from Iceland that uses volcanic heat for powering up the server. So it's like really, really interesting. And also take a look at the policy of your hosting provider. So for example, some of them claim to be planting trees, so offsetting your CO2 emissions. Some of them even have a green employee behavior policy. And if you don't know where to look for a green hosting provider, I strongly recommend opening up the Green Web Foundation. They have a list of, I don't know, maybe like 200 options. And from there, you can pick your hosting provider and, of course, read as much as possible about your hosting provider. And if you don't know if your current hosting provider is a green provider, just text them, just ask. Maybe you didn't know about it. Maybe they don't promote it yet, but they actually are a green hosting provider. And last but not least, user data collection. So all data collection, personalized ads, tracking of the users. So here is an example of a website called USA Today. And after they implemented the GDPR policy that was introduced by the EU, suddenly their website started loading 91% faster. So the size got much, much lower. So yeah, quite a simple thing to do, but important. And why should you be doing all this? So first, of course, it's a little bit better for the environment. You can mitigate the carbon footprint of your online activities, and thus you can also save some electrical energy. And these all activities basically result in shorter loading time. And short loading time is quite essential for users. So for example, here is a statistic that 53% of users can be lost if a website loads longer than in 3 seconds. And by granting a short loading time, you also improve your SEO. So that's also quite important. Okay, so I already mentioned all the techniques that you could be introducing in your day-to-day life with emails, but also on your website. But are there any tools that you could be using if you don't want to read the book and learn it by heart? What could you do? So first, this is a very simple tool that you could use. It's a website called ecology, and it will tell you, for example, how you could improve the user experience or how you can reduce the page size. So here again, on the page size of WeAreDevelopers, I could learn a little bit what is wrong, what could be improved. And for example, the categories that are hidden under the reducing the size of a web page are optimize media, reduce overall page weight, remove unused code, properly sized images, remove some duplicate modules in JavaScript bundles, and reduce the impact of third-party code. So here, for example, I saw that there is some of unused JavaScript on the website. Actually, this web page even says how many. So actually 16 scripts could potentially be removed. And this would shave off this much kilobytes from your page. And then also the total byte weight was listed here. They also said that, for example, when it comes to images, this is really interesting because I didn't know that something like this can be done. So some images are larger than what is actually served to website visitors. So this could be improved as well. But there are, of course, like many other tips that you can read about on EcoGrader. But what is like super good about WeAreDevelopers is that they are using a green hosting provider. So like, congratulations, guys. That's like super, super good. So you could be using this tool. You could be using, for example, Lighthouse to help you with your SEO. But what if you don't want to read a book and learn by heart? What if you want to work on your website while actually working on your website and not afterwards, after the website was published? So there is this tool called ecology that me and my friends are developing and can help you during the coding process. So before actually the problem occurs, before your website is published. So it's an open source tool that is easily available on GitHub. And it's actually a linter. So I think that many of you know already how slint works, and EchoLint is based on the slint linter. and it proposes possible code improvements to mitigate the carbon footprint of websites to make them basically more sustainable. And it is composed of two smaller tools, so EcoLint, it's like SLint, and EcoLint Style, so it's like StyleLint. And EcoLint Style is for oral CSS and CSS-like languages. And here you can see an example, a screenshot of how it looks like in your code. So what kind of function was used of our EcoLint, and what was the CO2 reduction that followed the change. And this is the list of the features that we want to implement till the end of the year. The ones marked in blue are the ones that we already released, and the ones in violet are the ones that we still want to be working on. So for example, our tool offers replacement of heavy libraries, font format validation, font source validation. It requires font validation, image format validation, video format. It also will be checking the number of videos and images. It will be saying what is the video autoplay, if it's automatically on or not. And for example, also lazy loading. And this I didn't mention before, but it's a very cool option. So it's about not downloading all the data that might be unnecessary. So for example, when somebody opens up your website, this person might just want to see like 1/3 of your homepage. So then all the unnecessary, so like the 2/3 that is left, will not be downloaded unless the user will want to scroll down and see the website. In a nutshell, this is how it works. And here are, of course, some features that we also have to think from the user perspective and the emissions from the user's perspective, not only from our hosting, not only from the data centers. Then EcoLint will be offering also color control, dark mode control. We have a CO2 model up and running, and it tells you how many emissions were saved and how emissions heavy is your website. In the future, we want to release also some reports that will be telling you how, like, what was the situation when you were starting and how did you end up, like, what is the final status of your website. We are gonna be also working on Angular plugins, React plugins, and IDEA plugins to help you with with using the tool to make it a little bit easier. And of course, we know it's just a drop in the ocean of needs, but ideally, we want the tool to be working so that by just one click, you will be able to already switch during the code phase your website to a more sustainable one. So to make the sustainable version of your website without losing on quality of the website. And we were comparing some more heavier websites with the lighter websites, and we came up with the conclusion that our tool can be helping you with even decreasing your carbon footprint of websites by 88%. So taking a look at the big picture. So I was mentioning before that there are 250,000 websites that are being published every day. And this actually results in 54 million kilograms of CO2 being emitted. So this can be compared to driving like almost 200 million kilometers by a gasoline car. And if we reduce this number by 88%, then we suddenly get 26 million kilometers driven by a gasoline car. So the impact can be quite significant when you take a look at the big picture. And how to get started with EcoLint. So first, you have to download EcoLint, EcoLint Style, and the recommended configuration. Then you have to initialize the project with the recommended configuration library. And then you just have to run EcoLint and EcoLint Style. So quite easy. As I already mentioned, this is an open source tool, so anyone could help us by contribution. So you can just text us, send us an email. If you want to just contribute on GitHub, you can do it as well there. If you have an idea what kind of next feature we could implement, please also let us know. And yeah, anybody is welcome to the project. Here is a list of references. And my name is Katarzyna. I'm the co-founder and the CEO of Ecolint. But besides, I also work in a nanotech company as a project manager. I'm based in Wrocław, Poland, and our whole team is currently based in Poland. And here you can see a QR code to my LinkedIn profile. So if you would like to get in touch, if you would like to start collaborating with us, please just reach out to me on LinkedIn. And here you can also see our email address, our LinkedIn profile, our GitHub, or web page once more. So yeah, if you like the project, please leave us a star on GitHub, and I strongly encourage you to start collaborating with us. Thank you so much.
Katarzyna, thank you so much for the talk. For the Q&A, we are joined by another person from Ecolint. She's a software developer there. Her name is Julia. Welcome.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, nice to have you. So, you two, you're ready for a Q&A section?
Yes,
Of course.
Perfect. First question, how can I get the slide for this presentation? Maybe you can post them on GitHub or any social media platform of yours?
Sure, we can host it on GitHub, and then yeah, we can host it on GitHub. So then you just have to go and check out our. Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks. All right, next question. What are good arguments to change our company, to make our company more sustainable? Or in other words, how to convince our CTO?
Well, I think mostly of the SEO of the websites. It's a really good tool really good step to make our website greener and get better scores in search engines.
Yeah, the SEO is like really important, and then your product would be found a little bit more often. And if it doesn't cost you that much money, then why not?
All right. Next question. TypeScript was classified as worse than JavaScript because of the need to transpile, but React projects are always transpiled because of the JSX syntax. So will the difference between JS and TS remain?
Well, I think it's still a difference because in TSX files, well, I am backend developer. I'm not working on frontend yet, I think. And in my opinion, the TSX files contains more information than JSX files because we mostly in TypeScript our variables are typed and JS doesn't contain this information.
Good, thank you. Next question. How did you become aware of the whole sustainability topic? For sure, it's a super important topic nowadays and also saves a lot of money.
Yeah, that's a good question. So I can start by just sharing a little bit of the history, how Ecolint began. So I met Malvina in a scholarship program, and then we decided to participate in a digital ecology hackathon here in Poland. And it was the first time that we actually heard about this concept. And that time, the idea to create Ecolint began. It stems from this competition. And ever since, we have a mentor from the Digital Ecology Institute who is helping us with some more difficult topics. So this is how it all started, but it wasn't that long ago. It is still quite a new topic for us, and yeah, like really, really exciting. And then Julia, I think you heard about our project for the first time on
on the Women in Tech camp in Bukowina Tatrzańska, where I met Malvina. I don't know if I met you, Kasia.
No.
No, only Malvina when she was presenting Ecolint at she's innovation topic, I think, and it's get me curious about it.
And was it your first time when you heard about digital ecology, or did you already know something about sustainable action?
Well, I've heard something about it, but I didn't get into that topic. After that, I've sh- oh my god, I've seen this presentation and I was surprised that anyone wanted to do something to do the tool like this.
Yeah, because for me, the hackathon was actually the first time that I heard something about digital ecology, about digital sustainability. I knew, of course, that data centers are like super bad for the environment, but nobody told me like what can I do on my own to change something.
Okay, thank you. Next question. Maybe a bit off topic, but also not that much. But maybe you have an answer. Where to store old batteries or electric cars to be less harmful?
Question, I think.
Okay.
Well,
Maybe
it
Google it.
depends on the country, I think.
Yeah.
In Poland, we have special, I don't know, garbage buckets for old batteries. And these are in every house, multiple houses, and supermarkets. So these are the points where we can store old batteries.
Yeah, sometimes they're also just at the street. So, for example, in Warsaw, I saw a few of those. So I would trash them there. But usually, my granny from another town, she would just go to a store directly, and this is the best place to trash your old batteries.
Sometimes the schools get all these old batteries and transfer there somewhere else.
Right, thanks. Next question. What do you think about Google Lighthouse? If you're familiar with it, that is.
Kasia?
We're familiar with the tool. What do we think about it? I don't actually have a strong opinion about Google Lighthouse. Like the only problem that I would have with Lighthouse is that it's like mostly for CEO, and that I can't be using the tool when I'm coding. But like it also has a purpose. It also can help you with many different things. So it's not a bad tool.
Okay. Thank you for that insight as well. Next question. Server-side versus client-side rendering pattern. Which one should we consider to choose?
Well, that depends. Server side might be more useful when you need to compute your own data of your web application. But if you don't really need, if you don't have so much logic to split it out on frontend and backend, I would choose to do it on client side.
All right, thank you, Julia. Next question. Maybe you answered it partly, but maybe you can elaborate a bit more. How did the group working on Ecoland first form?
Oh, wow. All right. So it first formed so that we were just a team for the hackathon. The time there were three of us. And we were also in a mentorship program. This was a leadership teamed program. And the hackathon was actually a part of the program. We had to do a project from the Tech for Good sector. So that time we were free. And by the end of the program, I think we were still free. And then after we finished the program, or maybe it was still during it was happening. I'm not quite sure anymore. So that time we wanted to expand our group, and we started recruiting. So that time we recruited Julia and Anna. And then there were four of us because one of us left the project. And ever since we recruited, I think once more or twice, I think once more.
It was once more.
Yes. And then 2 other people joined us. And right now we are a team of 6, only females. And there are 2 people from the biz side, so we are helping with some IP stuff, with if we have like any money or not. So far, we don't have any money, so we are trying to work on it to be able to promote the tool a little bit more. We are working on applying for conferences and so on and so forth. And then there is the tech team who is like really into programming all the features. Yeah. If you want to add something, Julia, about the tech team.
Well, in the tech team, I think we have like 6 people also. And we are split it out on each component of Ecolint. I'm in the basic core of like rules for reducing heavy libraries. And Anna is for CSS styling. Also, we have Martyna. Martyna is for videos and I think JPEGs and photos. And there's also Zeta, which is everywhere else.
All right, thanks for that insight to both of you. So, next question. Kind of connected to it maybe a bit. What advice do you have for others starting up projects like this one?
Oh, I love this question, so I can start. So if somebody wants to start a project alike, so then we also have to consider what does it mean alike, because for me, this project saves a problem. It helps to do something with the carbon footprint of website. Of course, it's not an enormous issue, but it is an issue. And what I really love about programming is that with the software that we are working on, we can be solving something real. That's much more interesting than by just doing a project I would just have on my GitHub and I would never go back to it. So I feel that like we are like really solving something something that's needed. But then on the other hand, there is the sustainability. So how to start a project from the sustainability point. It's also good to first find a problem that you would like to be solving. When it comes to digital ecology, then think if you want to focus on websites, if you want to focus on, for example, ads, because also when it comes to digital campaigns, so for example, a typical digital campaign is like 300 kilograms of CO2. It emits this much, so it's also quite a big topic. Maybe you want to focus on something else, like maybe you want to focus on data centers. So like first find your focus, then find people who can help you with it, from the team side and also from some mentors side, because you might not have all the knowledge that's needed. So team up. And then just start working on it every week or every second week. Plan a meeting with your team and just work.
So it all starts with shared interests and shared goals, and then you're good to go on the road. All right. You want to add something, Julia?
No, I think Kasia told everything.
All right. Then we can go on to the next question. What impact has having a mentor had for you two?
Mm-hmm. So definitely for the project, it was like really impactful, because we could discuss all the features that we wanted to work on. And as we didn't have this much background information, the mentor could just tell us, hey, like maybe you could look at this. She was sharing some books with us, some resources. She really knows what she's doing. So definitely like the information sharing was a very good thing that we were doing. And then when we had, for example, a presentation, an idea for how to collaborate with somebody, then she was also giving us proper feedback. So we think that we evolved a lot when it comes to where are we taking the information from. We know a lot about how to create more sustainable web pages, but of course there is still a long way in front of us to still go through. So So a mentor definitely is a great boost to your knowledge, to your capabilities. A mentor sometimes can also open up some doors for you, so you can get to know the people from the area, either like really like your area from your localization, or just from the same area of interests.
And also it's a cold view of some other person which is not collaborating in the project itself. So when we think about our project and we are coding and calling, we think it's great, it's wonderful, but the other person could take us down and tell what's the real state of it.
So another pair of eyes
Yes.
Indeed.
is always useful. Yes. All right. Thanks for that as well. We got another question. Who should be responsible for making a company greener? You said the CEO should decide it, but does it make sense to have a specific employee in this role, or is it a group project to achieve this effort?
Well, I think all this starts in some techniques and in like coding with coding style of each developer team. When we want to make some code with some rules, we need to apply them. And if we have them listed, it's always a little bit easier than just thinking about it. Well, I need to make my site greener, but I don't know when, where, and which tool I use. It's on the project level, but also these techniques must be forced by someone which is higher in hierarchy of the workplace. So the CEO is also have the main voice in it.
I would say it's a group effort because, of course, the CEO could tell, okay, like we want our company to be a little bit more sustainable. Let's do something about it. But then the CEO doesn't necessarily have all the knowledge. So then, for example, a biz dev can say, okay, maybe we could focus on this market and do something good here because it's somehow connected to this and this issue. And then a person from marketing who is responsible for a website could say, okay, like we could start and switch to a green hosting provider. So everybody can have some ideas. Of course, there is somebody who has to approve them. So SEO has the final word. But I would say it's a team effort.
All right. Thank you too for that insights. We got a comment. It's not actually a question, but I would be very interested in your opinion about it. Because there's someone who wrote, I suppose it would be interesting future work to measure the difference between JSX and TSX projects. Also, Webpack and newer build pipelines like White, I assume quicker builds will have a smaller footprint. Maybe
well,
you have
I
an
think
opinion
this
on that.
feature is quite a great idea to implement in iCalling in the future. I don't know, Kasia, maybe we are open to these features and to contact, we'll be grateful to contact us on GitHub issues or on LinkedIn itself.
Yeah, I have no idea what it actually means because I'm not a programmer, so I'd have to do a little bit of reading. Yeah, I would have to ask Julia and our CTO Malvina to explain what it actually means. But it sounds like a good idea. It really does.
We are open to contributors and some other people in our team, so you're all free to join us.
Yes, the audience has your GitHub, so please reach out to them and contribute. So maybe another question, Kasia, you already showed a lot of references at the end of your talk, but do you have maybe some other resources or some resources that you want to point out that are good for getting involved in the topic with like carbon
Benedict, I knew that you're going to ask this question. I was so sure about it. I was like, he's gonna ask about it. And I was thinking about it for quite a long time, and I actually don't know, because the book is all a person needs to start. It's a really, really good resource. And of course, there are more and more materials online. There are many websites, but in this topic, it's sometimes hard to validate if all the data, if all the information is really true. And like, for example, if the numbers are like really these numbers or some other numbers. So I would say the book is the best. There are more books, but I would have to check their names. I just can't think of them on top of my mind. But yeah, like books are really good, and there are more and more information coming out.
All right, so a very living topic. So you need to
Yes.
check out new stuff
Definitely.
like every week or so. For the newest,
Definitely. And I think also on
information.
more and more conferences, there are some sustainability related topics. So it's also good to just watch different conferences.
All right. Kasia, Julia, thank you so much to both of you for joining us today, for the amazing talk and the interesting Q&A. I hope you have a nice rest of the day and see you soon. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
All right. And before we start with the final speaker of the day, we take a short 10-minute break. Stay tuned. And right back to React. Before we start, just quick information. If you joined us on YouTube, just click the first link in the video description so you can jump over to our platform, because there you can interact with the others in the chat and the Q&A section. And now for the final talk of the day. The speaker is senior developer at Aura, and she loves sharing her knowledge in web accessibility through talks like these, for example, and her blog. Welcome, Eva John.
Thank you.
Hello, thanks so much for joining today. Hope you're doing good.
Yeah, I am, and I'm so happy to join. So thank you for letting me join.
Pleasure's all ours. So maybe 1 or 2 sentences before you start, quick summary, what we are going to learn.
Well, basically about accessibility and about things that I kind of wish I had known when I started my accessibility journey and when I started learning about accessibility. So like some things would have been maybe a bit easier on that journey.
All right, then I would say stage is all yours.
All right, thank you. Let me just get everything. All right. Yes. So, hi. So what is this? What the heck is this interface? Like, what am I doing on this web page? It doesn't tell me like anything. Those were actually the words that started my accessibility journey. A few years back in the company I was working at, we had a like introduction to accessibility lecture or like training. And the training, it was good, but at the end of the training, the person who was giving that training, they were using screen reader, or they are a screen reader user, and they demonstrated how they are using screen reader, and they asked from us, from the participants, a like website that they could demonstrate, and we gave them a like basically a map-based website where you can check your like routes for buses and like public transportation. So that's already a bit challenging interface for screen readers that are screen readers work with basically the text-based content on the sites. But that website at that time didn't have like anything. Like, it was really like the trainer, they really didn't know what's going on that website, what that website even was. So at that point, I decided that I want to learn to make user interfaces that don't make people feel like that. So like really frustrated and even like thinking that, hey, what is this website? What even is this website? And I wanted to learn how to do that for every user, not just those who are sighted or can use a mouse or can hear and other such attributes. So I could say that was the start of my accessibility journey. And today I'm sharing some learnings from those past couple of years that I've been learning, and I hope that from this talk you can learn some things that will help you on your accessibility journey and in development in general, because these things are good even though you maybe aren't or you maybe don't have a goal to become an accessibility specialist. But I think these are lessons that are good to learn for any front-end developer and basically anyone who's working with user interfaces, be it like on the web or on a mobile. So yeah, before diving into those lessons learned, a couple of words about myself. So hi, my name is Eva-Jonna, or Evis, and I'm accessibility specialist and Android developer at Aura, and I'm in Finland. And I actually switched my role a bit about a month ago, so that's why like I used to work as a front-end developer, and I have like 5 years or so experience in front-end development before this, but now like I switched a bit, and I'm really excited that I can learn new things and also contribute to the accessibility of our Android app. So that's actually really great. And if you don't know anything about Aura, well, I'm not gonna go into details, but just say that we are the company behind Aura Ring. So if you've ever heard of that, then like that's the company. I'm also certified professional in web accessibility. That's a credential from oh, great, International Association of Accessibility Professionals. These like names of the organizations are sometimes a bit hard. And then I also write a blog. You can find my blog from my website, which is evis.code. So you can actually see that at the bottom of the slides. And I speak, well, I'm here today, but I'm also a disabled person. And when I'm not doing something that's, I could say, work related, I love to explore the world around me and the nature around me here in Finland, either by foot or by kayak. And here is actually a picture from that was taken last spring. We were kayaking in Porkkala archipelago, and there was still some ice on the sea, but like, well, sea was open enough so that we could go kayaking, and it was like just so awesome, the quietness there. Well, I could say quietness that comes, like, there were no other people around there, but there was like lots of birds, and it wasn't really that quiet there, but still like no people around. And in the picture, you can see that the waters are pretty much still, and there is my orange kayak, or the like the nose of it, and then in front of me there is my friend paddling, and then there are a couple of islets, and the sun is shining, and there are some clouds, but the sky is blue behind them. So yeah, that's about me. And one like, I don't know, technical detail I want to say, but that's not the correct word. But anyway, one like thing before actually diving into the talk, if you prefer following along with the slides, you can find them or a like text-based version of them from my website. So evis.codes, so eevis.codes/talks/learnings-from-my-accessibility-journey. And I tend to add my slides in text-based version or like in HTML version, just because I'm not that good with like PDF or like slides accessibility. So that's why, like, for me, it's just easier to put on a like HTML page. So yeah. So if you want to find the slides either now or later, they are, or like the contents of the slides, they are in evis.codes/talks/learnings-from-my-accessibility-journey. All right. So what are we going to talk about today? We're talking about the journey. So that's why like it's good to think about what to pack on that journey. So we're gonna like on that section, we're gonna talk a bit about accessibility and what I mean with accessibility when I'm talking about it today. Then we go on the journey, and I will share 4 lessons learned during these couple of years. And then I don't know about you, but often when I come home from some trip, I start planning a new trip already, or at least kind of like thinking about the possible next trip. So we are going to look at a couple of like next steps and kind of like planning the future or the possible future there. So yeah, all right. Let's get started. First, what to pack, and let's talk about accessibility. One good thing to note here is that I'm talking about digital accessibility. I'm not talking about physical world accessibility. In Finnish, there are actually like 2 words for this. digital world accessibility or digital accessibility, it's called saavutettavuus, and then physical world accessibility, it's called esteettömyys. So like in Finnish, it's kind of easier to just say that, okay, I'm talking about saavutettavuus, and everybody knows that it's about digital accessibility. But I wanted to kind of like still make it clear here that we are talking about that, even though it might have been like, you might have assumed that because this day is about React, so it's kind of like the digital comes from that already. But yeah, when I talk about digital accessibility, I mean that anyone, despite of disabilities or impairments, can use a digital product, be it a site or like a app or basically whatever, but like a digital product. And it's really important today, especially today, because the world is more and more digital. And at least in Finland, if we think about one thing that I think almost every adult needs to do, that is banking. It's actually really hard if you don't own a smartphone. If you don't own like these like credentials to log into a like banking site, it's really hard because like almost everybody is doing their banking business on these like mobile phone apps and like on the internet. So that's why there is like, it's not that easy to just like book an appointment and go there and like handle things with some like actual person. And well, for myself, I'm like, I have a smartphone. I'm pretty like competent with digital things, so it's not a problem for me. But for example, my aunt, she's a little over 70 years old. She doesn't own a smartphone, and she actually doesn't own a computer. So it's like, for her, it's really hard to like handle everything. She can still do it, but still like it requires more effort than from myself. I can just open the app and send some money to somebody or like things like that, pay my bills, everything. So yeah, that's why yeah, accessibility is like important, and like when we get older, accessibility becomes even more important, because when we get older, we acquire different kinds of disabilities easier. And like one thought also that I want to kind of like say here about like people with disabilities or like related to that, is that there is actually two types of people: those who are disabled and those who are not yet disabled. So like this theme of accessibility, it's like, it should be kind of like important to us all, because it's like we all need it at some point, and our loved ones need it. So that's why it's really important to like really build inclusive and accessible digital services. And so that like, well, people who can't see that well, or who can't hear that well, or who can't see or hear at all, or who have like not so good fine motor control, that they can still use our apps and so forth. So yeah, it's important, especially today. And there are people, and like there is actually a large group of people who need accessible services, who can't use those digital products if they are not accessible. But we all also benefit from like accessible services. Let's say, well, let's think about videos. If there are captions or like subtitles, or well, the official term is captions, but like the subtitle might make more sense, and you might understand it better. But like these texts in videos when somebody is speaking, deaf need it. They can't hear what's going on the video, like if there is no like captions. but we all benefit from those. If we want to watch that video somewhere where we can't really turn the sound on, or let's say we forgot our headphones, we can still watch the video if there is captions, or if the captions are there. So this way, like, we all benefit from that. And there are multiple other examples, but I think I'm just gonna go like forward with the talk. I could just talk about this thing like for the whole hour, but I still have like some things that I want to share, so I'm gonna continue. So yeah, that's like what I kind of like wanted to say about accessibility, to kind of like set the stage, and that so that we know that we are talking about digital accessibility, that it's important for anyone, and there are people who need it, but we all benefit from it. So that's why it's also like important to think about it. All right. So now we have packed our packs, and let's get to the next part of this talk. So to the journey. So I will share 4 lessons I've learned throughout these years, and we will be talking about semantic HTML. We will be talking about that not everybody uses a mouse. We will be talking about that you don't know everything, I don't know everything. And the last thing or topic is progress over perfection. So these are the topics we are going to cover here. All right. Let's start with semantic HTML. I don't know about you, but at least in the beginning of my career and like up to the point when I started learning about accessibility, I was that developer who created buttons out of divs, meaning that I just wrote a div and then added a click handler on that div and styled that div to look like a button. And because it worked for me, I'm a mouse user, it worked for me, I thought that it's fine, like it's good, and like no need to think about anything else. But I've later learned that it's really bad practice, and you never should create a button out of a div. The reason is that this like so-called button can't be used with a like keyboard, for example, because you can't, or the user can't focus to that like button. You would need to add tab index to that, so that they could actually like so that so-called button would be in the tab order of the page. You would need to add roll button to it, so that like screen readers and like other assistive technology would know that there is a button. And then you would need to add keyboard event handlers, because like div doesn't have these like automatically. So like there's actually a lot of things to do to create a really like working button out of a div. And if you're using a div, you would get that like out of the box. So that was kind of like the lesson I've learned, and like I wanted to kind of like tell this story before going into what is semantic HTML and so forth, because it's possible that right now you are just wondering that, hey, okay, you said semantic HTML, what it is, and how like what like how did that story even relate to that and everything. No worries, I'm gonna explain. So semantic HTML, it can be also called semantic markup, and it basically describes its meaning to browser and developer in human and machine readable ways. So basically, like that means that, for example, if we talk about that button, if we use a button element in HTML, then like browser knows how to render it. It knows to like that how users should be able to interact with it. It knows that it should be added to the like tab order, so that like it can be actually tapped into. So when somebody is navigating with keyboard, they can actually like tap in or focus into it. So that's basically what it means, the like machine readable way, so that browser knows that. And also, like as a developer, when I'm looking at code and I see that there's a button, I know that, okay, this is a button and this should behave like a button should behave. So like I should be able to, well, click it with mouse if I'm using mouse, or if I'm using keyboard or keyboard emulating devices, pressing enter or space should activate that button. And then if I'm using screen reader, I should actually get the information that there is a button and so forth. And button is a good example of a semantic element. Also inputs are progress, details, headings, anchor, and so many others. So I'm not gonna list them all here. But as an example of non-semantic elements, well, div and span are good examples of non-semantic elements. So, well, that div it's not semantic element, and unfortunately, we developers tend to use it a lot, like really a lot. So if you don't remember anything else from this talk, I hope that you remember that never create a button out of a div. So like if you don't remember anything else, please remember that. But yeah, so why should we use semantic HTML? There are good reasons. I'm going to list 3. So first of all, accessibility, it comes right out of the box. So as I described the button and like button and div thing, so I could basically make div to behave like a button for different types of users, but actually like that would require lots of like code and like maintenance and everything. But if I use a button element, then it comes right out of the box. I don't need to think about the role. I don't need to think about the tab index or keyboard event listeners. I just give the on-click handler to a button, and it propagates that to like enter and space keyboard event listeners too. So that's like, it makes things also easy. Then another reason for this is search engine optimization. If you are using semantic elements on the page, you actually get higher scores with search engine optimization, because the crawlers know what's going on there and they can find the headings and other things, and they will know. But if you just use divs everywhere, well, they like divs don't describe anything or like the meaning or content or anything to machines, what crawlers essentially are. So that's why also like using semantic HTML, it means that you get like better scores in with search engine optimization. And the third reason, I want to show an example here. The reason is readability. So if you want to be a nice colleague to your colleagues, then you use semantic HTML, because like I have 2 examples here. Basically the contents are the same, but the tags or HTML tags are different. So if I get a pull request where I can see that the HTML or JSX or like whatever, where the HTML syntax is basically used, if it looks like the first one, so there is in this example, there is like main landmark, which wraps H1, which has heading, paragraph, so P tag, which has paragraph of text, and then button, which has button. I already have a like pretty good understanding what's going on there. And even if the texts would be something like more of a like real world examples. I'm sorry, I just was in hurry and I couldn't come up with anything funny. So I went with like really boring examples here. But like with the first one, I already have a good idea what's going on. But if the HTML, it looks like the second one, which is like a div that wraps a div, which wraps a text heading, and then under it is a div that wraps text paragraph of text, and then under it is a div that wraps a text that's button. Then like, okay, now that I see that there's a heading, paragraph of text, button, I know that, okay, what's going on here, but let's imagine that there was some like real heading, real text, real button, which is something else than button. Then like it already adds cognitive load to me to think that what's going on here. So that's why using semantic elements and semantic HTML, it's also better for your colleagues, and you can be nicer to your colleagues with that. All right. The next learning that I've, next thing that I've learned, and I wish that I would have known already in the beginning of my developer career, is that not everybody uses a mouse. And I was like a couple of years ago, I was working in one company. I started there. I got all the equipment. I got my laptop. I got my there at the office. There was a screen. There was a mouse and everything like that. And I started working. And all of a sudden, I realized that okay, my mouse is not really working. And it was broken. I was promised that I will get a new one next morning. So if I just survive that one day, then like it's okay. I had like a couple of hours left, so I decided that okay, I'll go for it. I can use keyboard navigation for this. And then I went to some website where I tried to do something. There was a button or link or like a thing that looked like I think it was a button, and I tried to reach that one. I really needed to like interact with that one, and I couldn't because it was a button made out of a div, and it didn't have tab index. It didn't have the keyboard. Well, it actually didn't matter if it had the keyboard event listeners because it didn't have the tab index, so I couldn't focus to it. So I couldn't do what I was trying to do, and that was really frustrating. And okay, for me it was just a couple of hours. I needed to survive without that mouse, and okay, the truth is that I could use the trackpad, but I really wanted to take the challenge of navigating only with keyboard. But like I survived that, and like I could continue with mouse and I could do whatever I was trying to do because I had the option of using mouse. But then there are lots of people who don't use a mouse. They can't use a mouse because of different reasons. And like one really good thing to remember that we as developers, we are kind of like prone to like we might get some problems with our wrists, and then it might be really hard to actually use a mouse. So it's really something that we should think about because of ourselves too. So yeah, but yeah, so this is like that was again a like a good reminder for myself that okay, like I need to pay attention to these details and think about how like and test that the interfaces I'm creating, that they work with keyboard, for example. And now you might be wondering that I'm saying that not everybody uses a mouse. What do they use then? Well, I've been talking about keyboards, so keyboard is one. So there are people who use keyboard only for navigation. Then, for example, there are, I also mentioned keyboard emulating devices. So different types of hardware or custom keyboards or something like that, that like basically just emulate the same things that a kind of like normal keyboard is doing. So there's that. Then screen readers, They are basically software that reads the contents of a page and then either speak it out loud or turn it into Braille. And that's also like usually people who are using screen readers on computers, they are often using keyboard for navigation, and then on mobile there's like touch. And then voice interfaces, that's one way of like interacting with computers, switch devices. And then I had something I wanted to mention here, but right now can't remember. Well, there are different types of devices and input methods, I would say. And okay, now it might feel really like, well, you might feel already anxious that, okay, if there are so many different types of input methods, I'm gonna just spend my like every day just testing those and I can't get anything done. Well, I have good news that actually, like, when you test with keyboard navigation so that everything works with keyboard, then you already test lots of these cases. And like, if you just don't have time to test anything else, just test with keyboard. At least it already, like, you can find so many problems and issues with that, and then, like, of course, fix those issues. But like, that's, I would say that if you don't have any time to like dig deeper into the other methods, at least test with keyboard. So yeah, that's, I had some like thought to continue from there, but it just kind of like flew away. So that's why that like silence. But yeah, and maybe one thought and thing that I've learned along the way is that what is good to remember with this is that you are not your user. I am not my user. So like, we can't just test with the methods, input methods we are using, especially if it's just like mouse. And because like often developers are sighted, hearing, have good fine motor control skills, and like could be described as power users. Then like, if we test with these conditions only, then like there are lots of different types of users who are left out, and we don't really like test for them, and they might encounter lots of problems if we don't find the bugs that and issues that are like outside of that, like our experience. So that's why I also want to remind you that you are not your user. Remember to test with other scenarios as well. All right. Yes, and one more thing about like keyboard navigation, and just like a reminder that remember to test your keyboard, your site with the kind of like the mobile device with it, so narrower viewboards as well, because there are people who use actually their phones with external keyboards, because like touch is not an option for them, or touch navigation is not an option for them. And then there are people who with desktops zoom in for like 400% zoom. And when you zoom in that much, that kind of the mobile layout comes out, if your site is responsive. And I'm kind of like 2022, I'm assuming that the site is, your site is like responsive. So yeah, that was also something I wanted to say here. All right. To the next thing, that you don't know everything. I don't know everything. This happened pretty much like in the beginning of my accessibility journey. I was really like excited, and I wanted to learn more, and I wanted to do more. And then like I started testing our internal website with a screen reader, and I found so many issues, and like I started reporting them to the developer who was responsible of that site. And like well, turns out that many of those issues, not all, but many of those issues were actually things that happened or were there because I didn't know how to use a screen reader properly. I'm not a screen reader user, so like even today I don't want to audit sites with screen reader. I can test them, but like I like if somebody is doing an audit, I want that they are that there is screen reader user who will test, like a native screen reader user who will actually like audit the site from screen reader user perspective, because today I know that I don't know everything, and I definitely am not a like screen reader user, native screen reader user. So like it's possible that I find like I find things that are not actually like bugs, and I might not find some bugs because of that, because I don't daily use screen reader. And yeah, so if we get back to that little story there, I'm really glad that when I started reporting those things, that the person on the other end realized that I don't really know much, and they were really nice and let me know that, hey, like these are probably because you don't know everything and you don't know how to use screen reader, and like we had really good conversations, and I'm really grateful for that they did that. And during these years I've had moments when I've thought that I know a lot, and like that I've been a bit arrogant at some times because I think that I know everything, but I really don't. Today I'm just like, well, I know how much I don't know, and that's sometimes really like frustrating and sad and overwhelming and everything, but still like, well, I try to learn more, so that's like my way of kind of getting forward. But yeah, so yeah, yes, I didn't have anything anything on my notes about this. So and like one other thing how I've gotten forward from this, because like learning about accessibility, it can sometimes feel really overwhelming, and also it can be frustrating when you realize that how little you know. One thing that has helped me is the thought of progress over perfection. Yes, I said it right. But actually I realized that there's one thing that I still wanted to say for this one before actually jumping to the progress over perfection learning. So I just want to say that listen to your users, because you don't know everything. Probably you have users who have some sort of disabilities. They like if they report a bug to you, please listen to them. They like when they are for example, native screen reader users or like natively use other types of assistive technologies or live with some type of disability, they probably know a lot about that experience and can actually even help you to solve those things. So just that, listen to your users. All right. Yeah, to the last lesson learned. So progress over perfection. But and this story is a bit more recent, but I've been like close to burnout because of being an accessibility specialist and because working with accessibility. And the reasons for that have been, well, the like understanding that I don't know everything. That's been like one small contributor, but it's been more about like, well, I've been a like the only accessibility specialist at a company, and there is so much that I could do, that I should do, but then again I don't have time, and I'm doing other things as well. So that can really lead to the point where like well, it's easy way to burn out that way, and especially because I'm a bit of perfectionist, and like I've been really feeling that I'm responsible for our like accessibility problems, because well, truth is that unfortunately our website, our apps, they are not completely accessible, and I've really felt that okay, like I'm responsible for that, even though like I know that I am not, but still that was something. And then like when I was really close to burnout, one thing that helped me to kind of like get off from that edge was reading about this progress over perfection. And Meryl Evans, who's an accessibility advocate and marketing professional, she's been talking about this theme a lot and writing about it. And kind of like, well, that was like one of the like reading about her or reading her like blog posts and everything had helped me to understand that okay, like really, if we can make progress, it's really better than perfection. Just like I think we're never gonna get there. We're never gonna get to perfection, but like finding a joy in kind of like from the small wins when we fix something, like small things, even though they can be actually like really big things there. So that's something. And I hope that like, well, if you ever work with accessibility and are feeling something what I described, you can remember that progress over perfection is a better thing. But also, like, if you are now wondering that, like, maybe starting with accessibility and thinking that, hey, we need to convert or like fix everything from our app or site, just remember that even those little things, like start with those like smaller steps, and they like well, they are way better than just trying to fix everything at once. So yeah, yes, that was basically the like the fourth lesson I wanted to share here, and something that I wish I would have learned earlier than and not the hard way. So yeah, all right, then planning the next steps. You might be like wondering now that what you can do, and if I really hope that you are like you want to do something when it comes to accessibility, and like now I can share some tips what you can do and how to kind of like move forward and in a way back for your own accessibility journey, be it like starting or already in progress. So yeah, the first thing is to learn more, read more, watch more, whatever is your like the way of learning that you like, because there is so much content. And I actually added a list of links to different learning resources to that, like to the text version of my slides. I'm going to show the link at the end of the talk, so you can, like, if you didn't copy it before, you can copy it like then. So yeah, there's going to be some resources. Then one important thing is to listen to people with disabilities. We know a lot about our experiences. We probably don't know the technical details. Well, some of us do, because there's lots of technical experts who have a disability too. But like listening to these experiences and like learning more about the life of people with disabilities, that definitely makes you a better developer. I would share some people to follow on Twitter, but I actually deleted my Twitter account yesterday, so I'm not gonna endorse that platform anymore. But like, hopefully, like you can find some, and there are like in the links some people who share good content as well, like on their blogs and everything. So yeah, and the last one is a reminder that you are not your user. So well, listen to your users and test for scenarios that are like not in your experience, but like outside of that as well. So, all right, I hope that you have learned at least something. If you don't remember anything else, just remember that don't create a button out of a div. So yeah, all right. My name is Eva Panula or Evis Panula, and you can find my contact information from my website, which is evis.code, so eevis.codes. And I'm gonna leave this one here, the link to the text version of my slides for a moment. So like if you wanna copy it, so it's evis.codes/talks/learnings-from-my-accessibility-journey. All right, thank you.
Hello again. Thanks for the awesome talk. Regarding the link that you provided, maybe you want to just send it to us, then we can provide it for the audience in the chat.
Yes.
Perfect. All right. And when you are ready, let's jump into a quick Q&A section.
Yes, just a
Yes.
sec. I'm gonna, yes, it's not visible there anymore, so I can just, what just happened? Okay, I'm having some technical difficulties. All right, now everything works. So here's the link.
Perfect. Thank you. All right. Then, as first question, what is the best site to learn SEO?
That's a question
I
don't. Yeah, I didn't really know an answer to that. Like, I know the basics of SEO, but like, I haven't been learning or like thinking about that much for the past 2 or something years. So that's why, like, I can't right now remember anything to recommend. Sorry.
All right. But maybe you have an answer for the next question. More accessibility pointer, less security. Does more accessibility means less security?
That's a like really good question. And I think that there might be like some thought that this comes from and some like practice, but like yeah, I'd like to say no, but then again, I'm not a security expert, so I don't know if there are some corner cases. But basically, like actually, I would argue that more accessibility would increase security in a way that creating user interfaces and like user experience that makes you like so that like using the site is easier and kind of like more intuitive, then there is like less possibilities for user errors that might like lead into security issues as well. So yeah, but I don't know, like there might be some corner cases that might require more kind of like thinking and everything. So I'm not going to say anything like definite here, but like I'd like to think that no.
All right. Thanks for that. We got another question. What would you use for form? Input type equals button or just a button tag?
I'm gonna use my favorite answer. So it depends. There can be various like reasons for anything, but like with form, especially if it's a submit button, it can. Yeah, I have so many thoughts about this, just going around and trying to form a quickly an answer. So yeah. I don't know. Like I would say it depends on the case, on the form, on everything. I've usually used button with like a submit, and like if it's the submit button, then for example, button type submit. I think that's the syntax for that. But like I can't think of reasons that why like input type button is wrong either. So yeah.
Situational, like so many things. So yes, thank you for that. We got one more question. Is it better to use validation on backend side rather on the front-end side?
It depends. Yeah.
It depends.
Yeah.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah. So there are cases where like validation on front end would be better, and then like on back end, but like I would maybe say both would be better, because there are like some things are good to validate on the front end already, but then there are things that you really need to validate on the back end as well. So like I think the combination of these two is like the general answer, but like for the case by case thing, it depends.
All right, thanks for this as well. We got another question. Do most companies now use latest technologies, HTML5 and CSS3? Is this already very distributed? Do you know that?
At least like on the circles where I run. So like yes, because for example HTML5, it's actually pretty old technology or like specification already. So like I really hope that there are no companies that are using things that are deprecated, like marquee. That's actually a one HTML element that I never liked, because well, yeah, there are actually many reasons for that, but I think like they are using now.
So from an accessibility view, it makes sense to use the latest technology, I would say.
Yes.
Yes,
Definitely.
All right. So you are from Finland, and you're kayaking sometimes, I think. And maybe do you have some like sites to look at when traveling through Finland? Some tips
Related to kayaking or like in general?
more in general, but I thought about the kayaking because it sounds like a really awesome way to travel through a country.
Yeah, here are like lots of great places, especially like well, on the coast of Finland there are lots of beautiful places to visit with a kayak. So yeah, that's true. In general, I think like Visit Finland is one good place to start, and also like if you are traveling to cities or like towns, I think in Finland most of the towns and cities have their own visit city. So like Visit Helsinki, which is the capital of Finland, or like Visit Tampere, which is one of the big cities, though some people would say that, or like people from other countries would say that Tampere is not really a city, but on Finnish or Finland scale, it's a city. So yeah, so there's Visit Tampere, and so that's, I think those are like maybe the best places to start with, and there are like tips and like for actually really awesome places to visit as well.
Yeah, as an Austrian, I can relate to that thing with, is it a city or is it not? Because besides of Vienna, we also have like more smaller cities, let's call it.
Yeah.
All right, you gave us some pretty detailed insights in your talk already, but maybe do you have some additional resources when it comes to accessibility, some go-to YouTube channels or blogs or things like that?
Yeah.
Apart from your own blog, that is.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, my blog, there you can find good content as well. But I think like the accessibility project is a good one. It has actually a link on the text version of my slides. like at the beginning, at the bottom, there is learning resources. So there is a link to that one. So A11Y project. So there is like lots of content and different types of learning resources. Then like good podcast I really love is 13 Letters. It's not that technical, but I think when it comes to accessibility, understanding the whole thing is and like that the experiences of disabled people, that's the important thing, and not just thinking about some like guidelines or like things to pass, but or just like a technical details. But I think it's important to understand it in as a like more general thing. And then another good podcast is Accessibility Talks, so A11Y Talks. And then I'm not like, my way of learning is mostly through reading and like listening. So when I go somewhere, I like to listen to podcasts. So that's why I'm thinking there are good resources like YouTube channels and stuff, but I really can't remember them right now.
So yeah, everybody just look at the slides. You find some links there, and then you're good to go, I would say. All right. Thank you so much for the amazing talk and the Q&A. Hope you have a nice rest of the day, and see you soon. Bye.
Yes.
Right. And now, before we end this live session, just some more informations. First and foremost, we want to thank our two community partners of today, namely Kiel React and This Is Learning. You find their links when you scroll down on our live page. Also, regarding the tickets for the CT Web Dev that takes place on November 8th and 9th, we will raffle out 3 of them, streaming tickets that is, and email them to you. Also, our World Congress takes place in summer 2023. And if you're interested in more information and also a discount code, go to worldcongress.dev and there you will find further information on this. Also, we have some more live events coming up this year. Especially the next one is in 2 weeks on November the 16th, our Container Day. For more information, go to wearedevelopers.com/live, where you can register for free, so you don't miss out on anything. And last but not least, we the whole team here, want to welcome our newest employee, Andrea. Welcome to the team. We are looking forward to many years with you. And now all that is left is to thank you, the audience, for joining us today on this live session, and see you soon in 2 weeks at the Container Day. Bye.